freedom. Obsessions always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. Let's go! Come on! I will overanalyze and fall victim. My venom lowers. Time to get to know myself. Alright. In this perfection, pay attention. Yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend. So you always will. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did. Dude, how we doing, guys? We surviving? Let's go, Santa! Let's go. Here we go. I just want to be free. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I wanna be free. I wanna be free. Free, yeah, yeah, yeah. Woo. Dude. Oh, shit. Let's go. Oh, shit, boss. All right. All right. Dude, it's been a day, right? Wouldn't you say? It has been a day. Dude, what in the actual fuck is going on, bro?
That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on the blue. If I weren't sure, will anybody notice? It's my fault.
Lord have mercy.
I'm insecure.
So
just a little
to recap, guys, we're gonna delve into some of the file stuff today. I'll be honest, I was like, I've been overwhelmed from the get-go. Obviously, I was editing. I took a long nap in the middle of the day as well. I was a little beat. Oh, the music's still on. There we go. All right. There we go. There we go. Now the music's better. Dude, yeah. 3 million pages. See, you know the first thing? Here's the first thing that bothered me about this, guys. Was this, okay? The very first thing that bothered me about it was you may have noticed, or I don't know if you guys went and looked, but the first thing I noticed was the con, okay? Because look at what they did here under the DOJ disclosure section. The first thing that we find, because it's data sets, fucking 9, 10, and 11, and then 12 came out new. But like, you can't download them all, right? Hope I ain't a bother. No, you're not a bother. Let's go. Welcome. So this is hugely problematic, okay? That yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. What BHE mentioned right there is they release like hundreds of pages of documents, but they don't make it downloadable, okay? Right? You can't instantly download it, and then they're nixing them as they come out. So the minute these things hit, people have to be like downloading them instantaneously. Okay? I mean, this is like the way they're releasing these is so conniving, and they're making it difficult and problematic. Like they are literally causing chaos and you know, whatever strife they can everywhere in every possible way. You know what I'm saying? You wonder if Midas got it. So it is my understanding that when they first dropped that 11 was a downloadable zip. Hold on, I should fucking grab that right off the bat. Okay. And okay, so let me see. That is let me see here. All right, I'm worried about, hold on, let me go full screen here. Let me go full screen here because I'm not sure what this is going to open up. All right, so. Okay. All right, so I was able to grab 12 without a hitch. There we go. All right. So yeah. So the there we go. Now we can go back here. So they are like, they're screwing with this shit like right up to the wire. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, I remember we talked the other day. Okay, we talked about Trump's technique with court cases, right? And how they obstruct and they delay. And anytime he's in a lawsuit or in a court case, his lawyers will just drag this shit on for years. Okay, and they're doing the same thing with the release of these files. They are releasing them in fits and starts. They're selectively choosing what pieces are being released and what's going in which data set. So they're not releasing them in any semblance of order. Again, I feel like today felt like they were feeding us a whole lot of like a lot of true shit and a lot of fake shit. And so that is pretty wild. Now, I thought it's pretty crazy that they timed this with the day of the general strike in Minneapolis. I don't think that was an accident. I don't recall hearing anything about a data dump happening today. It was just sort of like kind of a spur of the moment thing. And yes, their redactions are somewhat questionable, but we're going to go through and we're going to look at some of this shit that is on, we're going to look at some of what is online. I found some accounts that have been following this stuff pretty well. Now, one of the first revelations, though, today that I thought was really interesting was the number of people in Trump's orbit that got caught lying today. Okay. That is significant. Okay. Lutnick is one. Elon Musk is another. Those two guys got caught in some pretty big lies. Dude, Lutnick, like, whoa, dude. Lutnick got caught in a significant lie. Significant. Okay. Remember him? We're going to go look at like a snippet from his interview because he was pretty adamant. Oh yeah. And the new Fed chair. I mean, how is it, guys? How is it that every person Trump is surrounded with is in this shit? Like, what is that all about, dude? You know what I'm saying? Like, even the new Fed chair guy is in the Epstein files. The director of Melania's her like film is in the Epstein files. All his cabinet. Like, what are we doing, bro? How is it that every single person in every corner of Trump's existence is tied to this thing? Now, yeah, somebody said some of this shit, you don't know if it's true. See, this is what's hard about these is the way they're releasing it and the way this shit is redacted. It's like you can't tell what has been investigated or what hasn't been investigated because they're not like releasing it with any type of like connectivity, right? Like, for example, if one of them is an FBI report where a field agent takes a report from somebody that, you know, delivers this salacious story about Donald Trump, you would expect them to release all the supportive material with that. So you would see who they investigated, who they followed up with, like witness statements, etc. But they're not doing that. They're just sort of releasing it in this really haphazard fashion with this really, you know, crazy, outrageous shit that we can all sink our teeth into. And then we don't really know what is true or what is not true. Because, I mean, with anything like this, the crazies do come out to play. Okay? They do. They do. Even, you know, you talk to some detectives, even in a regular murder investigation, and once they open like a tip line, it gets pretty wacky. Okay? It does. It gets pretty wacky. People will call in thinking their husband is the killer, you know? Dude, yeah, Bill Gates, right? Is it true? See, we don't know. That's just it, guys. Everything that's in here, we don't know what is true and we don't know what is not true. Now, I think obviously the emails are a little more significantly, you know, based in fact. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like the emails are from an email account. They're like a paper trail. They are a digital trail. So the emails, I think, tend to have credence. Dude, let's go. Stop stupidity. Right? So the emails obviously are you know, they're real. Okay? They didn't like dial up fake emails. Those are real emails. I think where you get like questionable is when you get those FBI tip reports. Okay? That's where it gets questionable because guys, so what ended up happening is eventually this stuff became like national news and involved some really big names. And so that's when, you know, the people with mental illness, I think, start getting involved and like, you know, they have their big opportunity to leave a tip or fake tips get left, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, now, obviously, Melinda Gates and Bill Gates, something significant went on with them. And she did, you know, she was pretty clear, I feel like, in implying that it had something to do with his relationship with Epstein, which is why she bounced out. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know if that lends credence. I haven't seen it all on Bill Gates. I did see a reference with the STD. Dude, Rito, let's go. So guys, I'll be honest here. I don't really know where to start. There are like millions of these things. There's like so many documents. So I did find some online things. Again, though, this right here is super bothersome because look at this, guys. Look at how we have like download all files. And then for 9, 10, and 11, they don't let you download all the files. And there's just, you know, hundreds of pages of this shit like that has to be individually downloaded. And yes, they are changing shit after the fact. I mean, let's just go and look at, you know, let's just go and look at some of this. All right, I don't need that. Let's go and look online. Dude, I know. It's like there's no, dude, this shit is, I feel like it's going to drag on for years, don't you? Right? I mean, think about how long does it take to look at, you know, millions, 6 million documents, and they've released like 3 million, like million. Your local news said Clinton's name before Trump. Well, that doesn't surprise me. More guy, I don't know where you are, but there's a really good chance that your local news is Sinclair. And if your local news is Sinclair, they are probably going to be talking more about Clinton than they are Trump. A lot of the news media is slanted towards Trump. What is that one? Hegemony? What is 71? Is that one of the ones that got nixed out? Now, guys, I'm going to tell you this. On some of this stuff, I have to be careful here. Like just a disclaimer, to give you guys a YouTube disclaimer. Okay. I can't speak for the rest of the world, but I have been dealing with a significant amount of like YouTube censorship, YouTube getting demonetized, getting banned multiple times. One time I got banned and it just got rescinded days later. I don't know what is going on, but I have had the hammer of like, you know, internet bandom just dangling right over my head. So with some of this stuff, when there is a document that has some of the more salacious items to it, I am going to bring it off screen over here and I'm going to read from it with a blank screen, and then I will go and add it during the video I make. I will add the hard copy of what I'm doing. I'm going to be real careful about having that shit on the screen, because if you have shit that talks about like child abuse on screen for a long period of time, that does get pinged by the AI and it creates all sorts of chaos. So we're going to be a little smart here during the live stream. What I am going to do though, is when we're reading a document, when we're going through a document, I am going to put that document or a screenshot of it in the Discord, okay? I will put it in the Discord so you will be able to download it and then you can like be looking at it at the same time, okay? And yeah, dude, like, I mean, Don Lemon's getting arrested. Like, shit is going on, okay? Shit is going on. I'm smart and strategic. I am. I mean, guys, we're obviously going to cover this. I just want to cover it in a way that they don't like keep banning me and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be thoughtful about this. Your brain was hurting, and yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I do need my income, but it's about more than just the income. It's about like, you know, staying on the story. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like what Don Lemon said. I mean, let's start with Don Lemon. Okay? Because guys, first off, let's just start here before we jump into Epstein. Elite, what's up, brother? Dude, before we jump into Epstein, let's just start with Don Lemon. Okay? Because I think this is very illuminating because 4 people got arrested today, guys. Huh? Isn't that weird? Do you notice? Do you notice what the 4 people who got arrested have in common, guys? Because they have the same thing in common with 2 out of the other 3 people that got arrested. So we have 7 people get arrested. One of them is woke farmer. The other 6 are black, right? Isn't that Trumpian shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Every single one of them. Now, obviously, you have 2 journalists over here, Georgia and Don Lemon. And then over here, one of them is like a state rep and the other one's an activist, right? Yeah, what are the chances that the Trump admin would arrest all the people of color? I'm not shocked, okay? Let me just tell you, right? Dude, yeah, see, I'm not familiar with Georgia's work, but I believe she was live streaming when she got arrested. But dude, Don Lemon, though, he made a statement that I think we all need to take to heart, guys. Okay, and it is right here. Let's watch this, okay? Because, you know, I facetiously posted something today, guys. Let me just show you what I posted. I was just being facetious, just clowning the way I am, but like, so I did this, right? Whereas I said, we are all Don Lemon, okay? Right? Dude, we are all Don Lemon, right? Now, I'm joking about this. Of course, this was just memeing something else. I have to admit, when I was doing this and people were reacting, I was thinking like, I'm totally memeing this shit. But the people who did it with Charlie Kirk were like being very serious. Okay. They were. And so that kind of made me like weird thinking about what kind of people like do this shit. Yeah, no, the 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀. Can it wait? I'm still Charlie. Dude, that's the big Lebowski character, dude. I'm still Charlie. Dude, he's still Charlie. But guys, there's some truth to this. Okay. That to a degree, we are all Don Lemon. Because they are trying to silence us, and we all need to not give into this shit. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like we need to power through, guys. We need to power through. Yeah, the dude abides. But so Don Lemon, he did say it good though.
I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
See, again, guys, the thing about this that is significant here, okay? The thing about this, hold on, that is significant here is it's like, it's the warning shot, okay? All of this stuff is like a warning shot, okay? I mean, this is a glorified sandwich thrower. Do we think they're going to convene a jury that's going to find Don Lemon? First off, we don't even know if these are grand jury indictments. Like there seems to be a little confusion about whether he was indicted by a grand jury or if he was just called for arrest from Pam Bondi. Todd Blanche earlier today didn't really seem to know what was going on. Dude, Elite, let's go, kicking us off. Let's go, baby. Dude, by the way, Elite, I might be playing some Fortnite tomorrow, boss. If you're around, maybe we'll run some games up in the afternoon. But so I highly doubt there's not a chance in the world that they're going to put together a jury that's going to convict him of, like, you know, some arcane 1870s KKK law. Okay? They're not. There's no way. There's no way any of these people are getting convicted. Okay? There's just no fucking way. Okay? Two things are going on here. Okay? Number one is they're feeding their trolls. Okay? Dude, James Banks, let's go, baby. I got some guns for you, brother. To the gun show. All right? So, number one is they're feeding their trolls. All right? Their MAGA base is really bummed out. Their MAGA base is like their MAGA base is, you know, they're upset. They want Obama fucking arrested. They want Hillary arrested. They want Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker and Tim Walz arrested. They're crying every day, arrest, arrest, arrest. So obviously arresting someone and arresting Don Lemon so they could all tweet about it and be like, yes, right? Part of it was just feeding their own trolls. Dude, Ella, let's go. Love you, Tommy and Punks. Let's go. We love you too. Dude, what the fuck? Let me go. There we go. We love you too. Let's go. Thank you, boss. Dude, so I feel like that's part one, is they're feeding the trolls. They're giving Nick Sortor and Eric Doherty and Libs of TikTok and all these other losers, right? And Wokeness, Cat Turd, all of them are getting like a bone. Gunther Eagleman, right? They're all getting a little snack of like, ooh, we arrested someone. But, dude, I guarantee you that Don Lemon's going to turn out like, you know, the sandwich thrower, okay? They're going to mount a case. He's going to win. No one's going to convict him. But they got the soundbite of like arresting fucking, right? Arresting, there we go. Dude, we'll get him in and out. Arresting, you know, Don Lemon, one of the people that they wanted to bust, okay? But number two, though, is it's a warning shot, okay? It is a warning shot, guys. Yeah, don't worry about it. That person's gone, guys. It's a warning shot to all the journalists that, like, hey, guys, if you get pushy, if you go a little too far, we're gonna arrest you. We're gonna make your life difficult. Okay? Right? We're gonna look into your shit, you know, and we're going to, you know, use the power of the federal government to try and silence you. And that, I think, is big. Because, dude, they arrested these people in the middle of the night. They did it. Right? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, dude. This shit is crazy. Arresting journalists, okay? Because like, I don't know what they're after here, okay? I honestly don't. I don't know what they're after here. I don't think it's unusual for a journalist to cover a protest or a journalist to cover, right? Like, for example, you know what I'm saying? You ready for this, guys? If some people like were protesting and they commandeered a building and they took the building and they were like holding a building hostage, it would not be unusual for a journalist to be allowed to go in there to like talk to these people and work on the story and go inside the event. That is not an unusual thing. That does not mean that the journalists set up the like holding the building hostage. That's like a super stretch. Dude, local union, let's go. Appreciate you, bot. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it is outrageous. You know what I'm saying? It is outrageous that this is where we're ending up. You know, that now he's arresting journalists. I mean, look at the path we've gone. Okay? They started out by arresting, you know, Brad Lander. Remember the comptroller from New York City? The guy was running for mayor, and the mayor in New Jersey, and Representative McIver, and then the sandwich thrower, and like, right, they were threatening 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗧 with like 30 years. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of fucking, you know, now we're moving on up the ladder to them arresting journalists. And what's more is they sort of made a public thing about this. Okay? This wasn't like they were silently collecting evidence and then one day they arrived at evidentiary value of arresting Don Lemon. They've all been talking about this. Harmeet Dillon went on the Benny Johnson show and she's yapping about how they're going to try to use the KKK Act. And like everybody's talking on social media about arresting Don Lemon. And people are like tagging Pam Bondi on Twitter being like, arrest Don Lemon, arrest Don Lemon. I mean, this whole thing is just a political theater. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Sandwich Guy was peak absurdity, and they tried to like try him twice, guys. Okay, it was twice that they went after Sandwich Guy, twice, dude. Both failures. Now, you know, I don't know, dude. It's hard to tell what's a distraction from what. Okay, is Don Lemon a distraction from the files? The files a distraction from the immigration fiasco? I mean, at this point, it is just overwhelmed. LGBT church services have been disrupted for decades by the right, usually nothing more than a local trespass citation. Link sources details later in Discord. Yeah, no, do it. Thank you, James. Yeah, no, I know this whole thing, this whole like we're going to protect worship is like crazy, dude. Thank you, James. Let's go. Thanks, boss. I mean, they're ramping up the rhetoric of like this pro-Christian, right? If you're not Christian, if you get in the way of the Christians, you do anything to MAGA or the Christians, we're throwing the book at you. All of this is to intimidate Minnesota, showing we are strong and care for each other. Indeed. Thank you, Siren. You know what I'm saying? So it is, I don't know, it's a lot of chaos. And what do we have here? We have Jasmine Crockett saying, what is she doing? She is demanding the dismissal of charges, a congressional hearing, and a DOJ inspector general. I mean, I would love, you know what I'm saying? I would love to see like the communications involved in this. That's what I am intrigued by. And I don't know if we ever will, but I want to see what the chain of command is, what they're discussing leading up to these insane moves, right? Like, let's see how they were discussing what to do with Don Lemon. Like, don't you want to see that? Aren't you curious about that? What Blanche and Bondi, and if they're communicating with Trump, what these people are saying? I mean, we're never going to get that shit because I'm sure they are, you know, in some signal chat or some shit. I don't know how they're communicating, but I would love, okay? I would love to be privy to what they're, you know, how they're discussing this shit. Because you know it is crazy, right? When you say David Moore says the Democrats need to go to DEFCON 5. But here's the thing, guys. Until we win the House, there's really nothing the Democrats can do, man. I mean, they can do what Jasmine Crockett's doing here, which is writing letters and demanding, whatever congressional hearing, but like they don't have any power, You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't have any real power. I mean, we got to get the House back. Like this is why, they're trying to cram through the SAVE Act. This is why the gerrymandering, why all the voter suppression. I mean, we're about to get a once in a generation battle like this election season. Can I just tell you, 2026 is like, I mean, in a weird way, I feel lucky to be alive experiencing this. In another way, I wish I wasn't experiencing it because I'm sure it's going to be mind melting. But like this election is like the battle for the soul of the fucking country, bro. You know what I mean? Between Trump driving away those ballots and them maybe engineering some fake election crimes with Maduro and like all these like fraud investigations, only the ones in the blue states. They're trying to ruin Newsom. They're trying to ruin, like mainstream journalists. They're threatening news outlets. They're buying up social media. Like the right-wing billionaires are buying up social media platforms to spread misinformation. I mean, this is going to be a once in a generation rat fucked, mind melting. Like by the time this election is over, you're not going to be able to tell like what's real and what's fake. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it is going to be brain exploding, right? This is, I mean, because Trump knows if he loses in November, if they lose the House, he is done. Okay? Trump knows this. If they lose the House, he's done. All right? Absolutely. He's done. His entire agenda, his entire everything just grinds to a halt. Everybody in his administration will be held accountable. I mean, he's openly saying this. Now, what I'm curious about, here, let's hit these real quick. We got from Tunnel Time, you're a real one, punk. Thank you, boss. I am a real one. All right. I will give you that, boss. I am all too real. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you. And Josiane said the church people were inconvenienced, not terrorized. Yes, I agree. There was like no harm caused to these people. But this is the biggest, craziest House election. And yeah, man, I don't know, dude. I'm just wondering what's coming next. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think we need to show up in like numbers. Okay. Can I just say this? Okay. Let me just show you. All right. Let's just use Minneapolis is going to be our guide, but I'm talking about everybody in the center, everybody on the left. Like we need to be this, guys. Okay. This is what we need in the election. Okay. We need to look at New York and Chicago and Minneapolis and Portland and LA, these cities that have been fighting against ICE. They're fighting in the streets. Okay. We need to turn up in these elections like this everywhere. And it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you like your fellow leftists or you hate them, you're mad. We have beef about 2024, 2020, Bernie, Hillary, whatever, Joe Biden. It doesn't matter what our beef is. Okay? I am not being hyperbolic at all. I am saying, like, if we win in 2026, we win in the House, this whole thing grinds to a halt, and we can get busy. We can get busy on Epstein. We can get busy on ICE. We can get busy on investigating the Trump admin, the cabinet. We can get busy on controlling the flow of the information. But we're not going to do it with a lackadaisical sort of showing. Okay? We need to show up in such crazy fucking numbers that, like, we need to show up in, like Donald Trump says, there's never been numbers like this kind of numbers. Okay? That's what I am talking about. And we need to commit to this. Felicia, love you ever, Tommy. Let's go. Appreciate you. Because, yeah, man, they're trying to rig this. Now, what does a rig look like? I mean, dude, it could look like many things. I don't think a rig is like printing ballots and cranking shit like that. I think the rig is going to look like, obviously, number one is they're trying to gerrymander and they're trying to like create seats where there weren't seats. Number two is they're definitely going to create some narrative about the Georgia election, okay, with those ballots, 700 boxes of ballots that they took out of Georgia. They're taking to Virginia. They're going to be in the hands of 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗼's FBI. Who knows what's going to happen? Maduro's trying to get out of jail. They may bring him in. There is going to be a mind-melting fucking PR campaign about election fuckery coming up, okay? That is coming. Prepare yourself for like every day 100 posts from right-wing media saying, oh, we have proof that they cheated in 2020. We have proof of this. We have proof of that. They're going to be kicking people off voter rolls. They're going to be like, if you have an ID, make sure your shit is legitimate. If you live in a state with voter ID, if your shit is expired, they're going to nix you. I mean, yeah, don't mail your shit. The post office, they changed the postmark. I'm certain they're going to be sending ICE to polling places. I mean, there's going to be a lot, okay? There is going to be a lot. So, I mean, what's our attack plan? Is one, we got to get organized. I think everybody, I know this sounds crazy and hyperbolic, but think about this. Think about if everybody who votes, okay, you ready for this? I want to throw something by you guys. What about if every Democratic voter gets involved in the election? Are you guys willing to make a commitment like that with me and with each other, that every single voter, we're going to get involved? Which means you're either going to contact your local Democrat office and you're going to phone bank or go register voters or door knock. Everyone, all of us, all 70 million are going to door knock. They're going to phone bank. They're going to whatever. They're going to contact their local office. So we have 100 times as many boots on the ground, okay? That we're all going to talk to our neighbors and our family and our communities and people in our workplace. We're going to make sure everyone's checking registration. And we're going to treat this like we are at war, actively at war with an authoritarian, and that we are going to all participate in doing the action of making sure that each one of us is counteracting their bullshit. Because I'm telling you right now, guys, they're lazy, okay? They're not that motivated. They're not that motivated, guys. They, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they keep saying, oh, if they lose the House, the United States is ending. We know the United States is not ending, okay? We know the United States is not ending, right? We know it isn't. They know it isn't. It didn't end during Joe Biden. It didn't end during Barack Obama. That's their whole thing. The country's going to end. Country's not going to end, okay? You know what I'm saying? But like, dude, obviously if Trump stays in power, more people are getting arrested. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, more people are getting arrested. More people are getting attacked. More ICE agents are going to be shooting people on the streets. I mean, we know what's going to happen. We see what's happening with Trump. You know, the dollar's going to keep devaluing, right? Prices are going to keep going up. Oh my God, the energy bills. Can I show you something right now, dude? This is what I'm talking about. You ready? It's just nonstop. I got into it earlier today with this Virginia. Yes. You ready? So look at this. All right, here we go. Diary of their bullshit campaign. You ready? Watch this guy. Eric Doherty, this guy from the Florida Voice, whatever, he spreads misinformation all day long. Well, look at his posts, guys. Okay, look at this. He has a video. I'm going to show you what we're going to be dealing 100-fold here, guys. Okay? He finally got community noted. But it was out for like 12 hours. Okay? Dude, this guy just tweets 1,000 times a day, bro. They are so, like, their disinformation machine is so funded. Like, dude, this guy, it's just crazy how much he fucking tweets, boss. I don't know if I passed it. I'll find my reply. It'll be easier for my reply. I should have done it that way in the beginning. Right? Because these people tweet insane. But here it is. You ready? Dude, I tweet a lot too. Right here. Look at this. Watch this. You laugh every time. I know. Dude, I am the worst organizer. I'm sorry, but it's part of my charm. But look at this shit. So he posts a video of some random woman saying, oh my God, my power bill just tripled, okay, in Virginia. This is actually happening. This is not fake, guys, that in Virginia, their power bills, many of them, they doubled, tripled, okay? It's crazy. But look at what he posts. He says, just in, Virginia citizens are erupting after their electricity bill surged by 200% or more because of Democrat policies, right? Normally $621. It's more than my car payment. What is going on? Major buyer's remorse kicking in. But here's the problem, guys. Abigail Spanberger, she's been in office for 12 days, guys. She's been in office for 12 days. She has not even been in office for a full billing cycle, okay? Now, he eventually got community noted that the rate hikes were improved under Youngkin back in November, and it was, I think they're called like Dominion Energy or something, the energy there. It spiked because of a couple of things. Approved rate hikes by Youngkin. They added like a whole bunch of new data centers. Now, just so you know, AI, everybody, if you're using AI, you got an AI subscription, this is what's going to happen to all of us. Okay, with AI, we're going to all eventually be paying $1,000 a month for fucking electricity. Okay, because it's from data centers and it was rate hikes approved, okay, approved by, I mean, it's three things. It's data centers, it was rate hikes approved by Glenn Youngkin, and it was, overusage in a major winter storm. There was just a major winter storm, but I think Virginia had several data centers open up. Data centers are like the new thing, right? So guys, but this is a flat out lie, okay? This is a flat out lie right here, guys. And this is what they're doing all day long. Now, this is what I am talking about that is going to ramp up during this election year, which is why, guys, I think for us on the left, we need to not get caught up in too much of their hoopla. Okay, we need to not even get caught up in too much of like what people are saying or not saying. At the end of the day, in this election, we need to win the House. And I don't fucking care. I'm telling you right now, you ready for this, guys? I don't care if all of my Congress people are John Fetterman's. I know that sounds crazy because he is a piece of shit, but I will take a John Fetterman Democrat over a Republican right now, because all we need are the numbers to initiate the House investigations, okay? We don't need to have the perfect progressive Congress in 2026. We just need the fucking numbers. Now, he's in the Senate. You know what I'm saying? He's not a fucking rep. But what I'm saying is it doesn't matter. We just need to win the House. So we have the investigative body. Okay? But this, we're going to be battling this dude all year. Okay? And yes, Trump did run on cutting our electricity 50%, he said, guys. 50%. Dude, 50%. Oh, shit. Yeah, he meant the other way. He meant he's going to double them, is what your electricity bill is 50%, what it's going to be after I get a hold of it. So yeah, I mean, so Red Wolf, you can't really worry about like the vote count shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not getting into some crazy like worry about Starlink changing votes. There's no sense in wasting time on that nonsense. Okay? I mean, you know, if you have vote by mail, it's a paper ballot, right? You don't even need to go there on election day. Pretty much everybody has like vote by mail. You know what I'm saying? Just vote by mail, right? And if you have a fucking, right, if like, don't wait for election day, I think early voting is the way to go. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I think early vote and you vote by mail. That's the way to do it. And don't mail it though. Drop that shit off at the precinct. But this whole Starlink is changing votes. That's nonsense. Okay? Don't get into that shit. Don't get into this crazy, like, you know, next thing you know, you're fucking cutting tinfoil hats out for you and your family. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, just get your vote in, okay? And don't worry about it. It's not nonsense. I mean, guys, you know what I'm saying? It is nonsense, okay? Because if it's true, there's nothing you can do about it. So you just got to get a paper ballot in there. But it is nonsense, okay? It is nonsense. Right? There's Starlink is not fucking changing votes and shit. I don't believe that. I'm not buying it, dude. I'm not buying it. Okay? Now that doesn't mean that there's not going to be rat fucking though. But like I'm not fucking buying that shit. You know what I'm saying? Dude, what good is it going to do to fucking sit there and chew on that for a year? You're not going to do the work. If you're sitting there chewing on some weird fucking conspiracy theory. You just got to get the vote out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like don't waste your time on that shit because that's a black hole. Okay? Because if somebody's changing the vote from a satellite, there's nothing you can fucking do except do a mail-in vote. So like quit wasting your time on useless shit like that. And instead of chewing on whether Starlink's going to change your vote all year, go down to your local Democratic office, knock on the door, and go register some voters and go like do some ballot harvesting. And so you don't have to worry about that shit. Right? You know what I'm saying? That's my point. My point is use your time effectively and worrying about some satellite changing your votes is not going to get you working effectively. Right? Do I think Trump won 2024? I do. I think it was a black woman was not going to win that white independent vote in middle America. I think that was a ginormous fucking concern. And we had, guys, you ready for this? If nobody voted for Jill Stein, if all the Jill Stein voters voted for fucking Kamala, right? And there was a little bit better Democrat turnout, Trump doesn't win. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I mean, there was some racism. There was some sexism. They pulled a psychological coup on fucking getting a lot of Hispanic people to vote for him, but they're not going to have that shit again. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, there was, I mean, dude, we had some issues. He barely won. Yeah, Elon was giving away $1 million a day and they were ballot harvesting, right? But again, guys, I don't waste my time in like, you know what I'm saying? I don't waste my time with that other kind of like shit. Because if you start thinking it's rigged, then you're not going to do the work. Okay? You need to get your mental to where you're doing the work and not crying about like shit being rigged. Okay? Because if it's rigged, then you got to do more work and you got to beat the rigging. All right? But you're not going to be able to stop it. If you have proof, go to court. If you don't have proof, right? Then like you need to like use your energy to do something more productive. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know? Right? Guys, I just think a lot of you sound like you're not doing the work. You're wasting too much shit with conspiracy theories. And I don't think that's going to help you, boss. Right? I think it's a waste of your fucking time, like thinking about that shit. Dude, you got to do the work, boss. All right? Doesn't matter if it's rigged. I don't care if it's rigged. We're going to win it anyway. And we're going to win it because we're going to do the work. Okay? Because if they're rigging it, they're lazy and they're counting on their rigging. And so you just do the work. Okay? If we have 85 million voters show up and vote Democrat, they're not going to do shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, so that's it. Too big to rig. Dude, I think though, guys, I think the important thing is to do the work. Okay? Like that's my thing, guys. For every hour you spend watching like Jessica Denson or somebody else telling you how it's rigged and they're fucking using satellite imaging to fucking change the votes, every hour you spend watching those videos, you could be registering new Democratic voters. Okay? You could be helping the Democratic Party like win locally. Okay? Use your time wisely. I'm telling you guys, I know, even if it is rigged, don't waste your time fucking like paying attention to that. Like spend your time beating the rigging, okay? You know what I'm saying? That's my point. My point is everything is rigged in capitalism, but you can either sit there and be like, oh, I'm going to spend all day watching content about how it's rigged. And then at the end of the day, I feel like shit. I feel like there's no point anyway. And now I'm a useless hunk of fucking shit on the couch, depressed and feeling like I can't win shit. Or you can just tune that shit out and say, fuck it. I don't care if it's rigged. I don't fucking care. I'm going to go do the work. Okay? I'm going to go do the work. And instead of watching 10 hours of videos, I'm going to spend 10 hours getting voters registered. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. Is do the work. But I'm telling you guys, I'm not going to spend time talking about shit being rigged. Okay? I'm not. I think it's a waste of fucking time. Okay? I don't pay attention to that shit. I don't care if it's fucking rigged. I do the work. All right? You know, and I don't sit there and talk about shit being rigged, and I'm certainly not going to go watch 100 videos about it being rigged. I am going to do the work and get the win. That's how I operate. Okay, I get the win. I don't care if it's rigged. I'm winning anyway. Okay, that's my philosophy. All right, and you know that was my philosophy in 2024 too. But we were a fractured coalition. You know what I'm saying? Just remember this, guys. If 81 million of us showed up like we did in 2020 and voted in 2024, we wouldn't have Trump. Okay, we have Trump because a couple million of us didn't show up. That's why we have Trump. Okay, a couple million of us fucking like didn't show up. And no, it's not Hassan's fault. All right, it's like, you know, I mean, dude, at least we're just going through it, dude. We'll go through it. We'll get it over with. Right? You know what I'm saying? But like, I'm just saying, you know, we watch a lot of Candace Owens guys, and I think we see firsthand that, like, you know, that if you get too wrapped up in that conspiracy shit, it is like brain rot. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Dude, I just think that shit is brain rot. I don't waste my time with that stuff, guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I mean, guys, it's like the same shit. You know, like with my YouTube, right? You know, my YouTube, I'm like, oh, I'm getting fucking whatever, community guidelines violations. I get banned. They take away the ban. I got a strike on TikTok today for appealing a fucking Andrew Tate video. I could be like, man, they're out to get me. oh shit, bro, they're out to get me. I could go down that rabbit hole. But like, dude, that's a waste of time. Okay? It is a waste of time, man. You know, to like, I think that's how I believe. Now you can spend time how you want, but I don't believe I don't believe that things can be rigged that easily. Okay. I think we just have to turn out in the numbers, right? We just have to turn out in the numbers. Why am I still on TikTok? Because it is still a fucking platform, boss, right? Because it's there and it's big. Okay, I'm on other smaller platforms like 𝗙់_𝗏𝗏, but nobody's on 𝗙់_𝗏𝗏. There's nobody there. There's no income there. There's no information being passed there. Nobody's really using it. So am I on it? Sure, right? Am I investing time in it? Not until it becomes something, right? Because it's a waste. TikTok, you know, I've got 3,500 followers. When I have 10,000, it'll be another income source, right? Let's go. You're gonna load 𝗙scroll, dude. I have 𝗙scrolled. There's just nobody on it. You know what I'm saying? There's not a lot of content on the platform. You know, it's going to be, realistically, it's going to be 2 years, right, before 𝗙scroll becomes a thing, I think. And that's only if people migrate. See, here's the problem, guys. The problem about a new platform is that TikTok is still a source of income for people. I mean, my TikTok is not monetized right now because I didn't use it for like the first year and a half. But what I was going to say is everybody that's on TikTok that's established, they're still making money. So they're not going to go full time on a no money platform when TikTok is still making money. It's like, as long as TikTok is like not completely decimating them, they are going to, you know, stay on it, right? Because it's still an income source. So, I mean, it's going to have to get a lot worse than it is now, right? I think for people to abandon it, right? Dance party? Yeah, we can do a dance party. Dude, Fuentes said mass deportations are over. I mean, they kind of are, you know? I mean, they're still on, but I don't think they're going to be effective anymore, right? I don't think... You know what I'm saying? Like, I honestly, guys, you know, the thing, there we go. Dance party goal. There it is. Let's go. Like, for example, you ready? You ready for this? I think Trump is done on immigration. Like, I don't think Trump is going to be in the positive on immigration again for the rest of his term. That's what I think. You've been protesting all day. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's going to be in the negative for the rest of his term, dude. Dude, let's go. Stop stupidity. I mean, don't you see that? That's the thing that I see with like what Nick Fuentes said is they're going to continue doing the deportation, but they're not going to get a lot of people out. They're not going to get large numbers. And in fact, they're going to be negative. Right? They're going to be negative for the rest of his term. I don't think he'll have a positive rating. I mean, you know, I think it's done already. I think it is done that people already look at it and are like, holy shit. Even if they're perfect from here on out, even if the agents go down the street and are like, hey guys, we're ICE. And we would love to like do our job here today. And we don't want to get in your way. We're going to make nice. Even if they make nice, I think they're done, dude. Like, you know, that's why I think it's going to be fuckery and lies from here on out. I mean, honestly, yeah, they're going to go after the Haitians in Ohio because they can get away with it because it's J.D. Vance's state, right? Dude, dance party, LFG, let's go. But don't you think that like that it's like you know it's a negative now, you know what I'm saying? Like now at this point maybe they ratchet up the harassment, but I don't know if that's gonna benefit him either. Dude, let's go Pinky, right? Because I mean look at this shit, dude. Look at this shit. Like this is happening in every fucking city, bro. Look at that. Dude, that, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Me Too. Remember the Me Too protests, guys? Remember all the women, the like million women march or whatever that went to Washington? Remember that shit? Where did that shit lead us? That shit took us into 2020. It took us to the end of Trump's first term. Okay? I like, dude, what is he going to do? He is never going to get into the positive like poll numbers. He's done. Right? He is done. But whatever they do to this election, like we just got to get this house back, guys. We got to like beg, steal, and borrow, boss. MAGA said they're paid. Yeah, no, I know. Dude, MAGA, like what a bunch of liars these people are. Right? Dude. He is crazy, still crying about the election, Paula. He is. But guys, it's going to get worse. I'm telling you, maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am wrong. But I think there is going to, you ready for this, guys? I think there might be some national fucking news story about the Georgia ballots and Maduro and the Democrats, and they're going to try to tie it into Tim Walz and Gavin Newsom and like, right? You know what I mean? Into these big national voices of the Democratic Party. Maybe Act Blue is in there. And the whole thing is going to be like no real evidence. And they might even pull off some of these Don Lemon-like arrests. Like, I am telling you, okay? I am telling you that I think something major like this, some major, like maybe Barry Weiss and CBS feature this for like a month solid of daily reporting, you know, September 2026. Oh my God, Maduro was working with the Democrats. They proved, right? I mean, can't you see something like that? Like we're going to have to like ignore the noise, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ignore the noise, like in a major way. Too big to rig. Let's go, Jolie. Like, I don't know. I feel like something like that is coming, you know? Dude, like something like that is coming. They're going to get real desperate, right? Dude, 1,000 tricks up their sleeve. They do. They control a lot of the media, okay? They control a lot of the media, you know? Dude, 𝗙•cy, spy movie she did. Yeah, I think we got to stay focused. I hope I'm wrong. Now, the good thing is these guys are wildly incompetent. Okay, they are wildly incompetent. But I saw people in chat saying that they fucking donate, they make phone calls, they're doing the work. As long as we all do the work, I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to get out of this, guys. Okay, as long as we do the work. I mean, guys, even in 2024, okay, Trump won, but like, look at the rest of the results. Laurel, let's go. LFG, let's go. So, I mean, if you look at it, you know, they're running a black woman for president in America right now was like hard. America is steeped in racism. A lot of people on the left weren't even jazzed about Kamala Harris because of her past imprisoning people for marijuana and like, you know, other issues with Joe Biden in Gaza and her not throwing Joe Biden under the bus. We had a lot of fractures, okay? But like, dude, they didn't red wave the House. They didn't red wave the local races. They just happened to win with Trump because a lot of people couldn't vote for the black woman and a lot of other Democrats either voted for Jill Stein or just didn't go vote, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like, mistakes were made. But like, man, we got to just forget about that shit and show up in droves, dude. It'll be tough, but they're idiots. Yes, Harley's girl, right? I think we got to forget about it, right? We got to forget about it. Dude, MAGA is fucked up, bro. They are, dude. What is going on with MAGA? They're like, states' rights gone, Second Amendment gone, First Amendment gone. Dude, What are they doing, bro? They're arresting people for what they say. They're saying if you show up with a gun, you're going to get shot. And they're like, supremacy clause, states have no rights. The federal government owns you. Dude, what the hell, bro? Dude, you know what I mean? Like, what are we even doing, dude? Share Tommy videos to everyone. Let's go. I like that. Yeah, let's get the word out there. What happened to the don't tread on me? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know what happened to them. I mean, they just, maybe they didn't believe in any of that shit. Maybe they just want power, right? I don't know. I mean, I think, guys, I think they know that I think they know that they don't have like a long-term winner. You know what I'm saying? Like I think a lot of them didn't even think Trump was going to win this election. You know, a lot of them didn't think Trump was even going to win the election. And now that they won it, they don't know what to do with the power because Republicans can't govern. So they're like, they're just like, oh shit, Trump is writing a whole bunch of executive orders. And he's, the one thing he is doing effectively is he's using the federal government to like bully people. Okay, he is. He's bullying corporations. He's bullying universities. He's bullying individuals. Okay, he's definitely doing that. But like, if we take the House back, that ends. You know what I'm saying? That ends. All we have to do, guys, is we just have to show up in droves for one election. Okay, but man, do we have to show up? But I mean, guys, if they were rigging this shit, okay, if they were rigging this shit, we wouldn't have won the Supreme Court seat in Wisconsin. If they were rigging this shit, we wouldn't have just cleaned up in Virginia and fucking New Jersey, right? They were all, oh, we're gonna win in New Jersey. Oh, Jay Jones is gonna kill your kids. But like, dude, the Democrats have been winning. Okay, they can do a little bit of padding here, but like when we really show up in numbers, they can't stop it. Okay, we just got to be unstoppable. All right, unstoppable, guys. That's what we're gonna do, bro. We're gonna be unstoppable. Okay, it's like a flash mob of voting bliss. Okay, that's what we're doing, right? That's what we're doing. You know what I mean? That's what we're fucking doing here, boss. All right. They are panicked though. They are panicked, right? They are, dude. They're panicked, And I mean, you can tell that whatever they're even going to try to do to like rig things, you can tell they're not confident in it. Okay. Because he's invading the election precinct in Georgia. That's a sign of panic. Arresting Don Lemon, panic. Sending in Tom Homan to try and like get the reins on Minneapolis is panic. Okay? Dude, all of this shit, they are panicking, guys. Amor, let's go! Right? Dude. But I encourage you to do the work. All right? And if you need a pep talk, come see me, okay? Come see me. I think, though, it behooves us to you know what I'm saying? Like my thing is this, guys. You ready? So just to the people out there that are worried about rigging, you're watching the guy, I can't remember his name, but there's a guy who's doing a lot of shit about the election being rigged. I know Jessica Denson covers a lot of that shit. But like my thing is I think the best thing to do is to let them handle it, right? Let Jessica Denson and the people that are filing the court cases and all that shit, let them worry about the rigging and the court cases and shit. And the rest of us, since we can't do anything about that, let's put our energy into being a tsunami that can't be rigged. And you can let the people that are doing the legal challenges of the rigging and let them handle that. Because they don't need us. If we sit there and watch their videos for 10 hours, right? We're not helping them. We're not in court. You know what I'm saying? All we're doing is like, chewing up their content and probably making ourselves feel depressed. You know what I'm saying? I think the best thing we can do is we can put our energy into like being a huge electorate and let the people that are fighting the fight about, you know, thinking whatever they think Donald Trump did, let them go to court and prove that, and they can do their shit, right? And then I think we can focus on you know, the election at hand, right? Because I don't think there's anything we can do about that other stuff. If you're a lawyer, you can get involved with them and file lawsuits and shit. But I think this is a good fucking time expenditure. Look at how many people are in Minneapolis, guys. Look at that shit. That is insane, guys. Dude, that is insane. Bribe Roman to go away. You might actually have luck with that. Yeah, I think we need to get energized, guys. We do. That's, you know, that's what we need to do. And so, I mean, if some of that other shit, if you thinking it's like, oh shit, they're rigging it, if that gets you energized and that gets you out knocking on doors and getting people registered, that's fine. Okay? That shit, though, it doesn't get me registered or it doesn't get me energized, dude. That kind of stuff. I don't join Indivisible. Yeah. No, that's a good idea, too. I tend to like, you just got to find what gets you energized. I tend to avoid things that make me think that I don't have a shot. And that's not just in voting, okay? You know what I'm saying? That's not just in voting. It's with everything, right? Like, oh, I'm starting a YouTube channel. I'm brand new to politics, right? I mean, I could sit around and look at like Keith Edwards or 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗍 or Brian Tyler Cohen and be like, fuck, dude, how did they get so many subs? How did they get so big? Why their videos get so much more views than mine, right? You know what I mean? I could spend all day chewing on that, or I can just make videos, right? And and my time is better spent not wondering if they have some secret or if the platform's out to get me. I'm better off just sitting down and just making videos. You know what I'm saying? Right? You believe they stole, which is making you fight harder? Good. Hey, man, good for you, Leslie. If you believe that they stole and it's making you work harder, then fucking have at it. I think I saw somebody earlier who was like saying kind of the same thing, right? I think Groove Dragon was saying that too, that they believe it was stolen, but they're out there like working hard. And if that shit gets you motivated, then fucking by all means. That shit, though, doesn't get me motivated. You know what I'm saying? That shit just feels like, it's too much out of my control. You know what I'm saying? It does. I feel like my control is, dude, Engrain, let's go, baby. All right, dude, we have 12 more for the dance party. 12 and 14, baby. Keith's clickbait thumbs are getting on people's nerves. Dude, yeah. Well, dude, Keith is, he is a clickbaiter. I don't like the AI thumbs myself, dude. But no, he is a super clickbaiter, boss. He is. YouTube will not show you 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗍. That's weird. That's weird, Big Den, because I see 𝗦𝘂𝗍 all the time. You know what I'm saying? Luke Beasley is clickbait too. He is. You know, right? Keith always buries the lead, does he? Does he put it like way back? I mean, I don't really watch a lot of his content. I just study his YouTube techniques. You know, his legal team can and will demand the logs and documentation ICE used to track him. Oh, yeah, no, that would be interesting, Base Notes. Yeah, that's another thing, though. Look at what Base Notes just pointed out, right? What Base Notes just pointed out is that like, I think about that, right? Think about this. Don Lemon, okay? They're so happy, ooh, arrest Don Lemon, but wait, Don Lemon's a fucking reporter who's been around for a long time. He's been around when, you know, major news organization, CNN, has been actively involved in lawsuits while Don Lemon was around. So, like, they're kind of picking on the wrong guy. Pine Box dance party. Let's go. Dude, Pinky. Dude, just saying. Let's go, baby. You know what I mean? Like, I think maybe they picked on the wrong guy because they would have been better to go after a small-time reporter that isn't so well connected to mainstream media, to the big dogs. Like Don Lemon is going to know where the jugular is, okay? He's going to hire a legal team that is going to go for the jugular, right? You know, dance, 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 let's go, tunnel. Right? So they may have like fucked up there, right? They poked the wrong bear. We are all on the same side. We are, Suki. We are, definitely. He was on private property and asked to eat. See, here's the thing though, guys. You ready? Let me just tell you. Here is the thing. Nobody was injured. There was no property damage. Did Kyle repost the Java? Let's go, dude. Dude, good for him, boss. I steal Kyle's memes all the time, boss. Dude, let's go. Dude, I love it. Dude, he's like a meme seeker as well. So what I was gonna say is there nobody was hurt, nobody was injured, there was no property damage, nobody was actually threatened or terrorized. The most that should happen with those things, guys, is it's a trespassing thing. It is a misdemeanor trespass, okay? The problem is they're not charging them for what they're actually doing. They're trying to make this into the same way that guy throwing the sandwich was like maybe a drunken public in Washington, D.C., but they charged him with assault, and then the fucking ICE agent had to pretend like he was wounded or something, and the whole thing turned into a ham sandwich of fucking bullshit because they tried to charge him with a railroad felony when they could have just charged him with disorderly conduct or drunken public or whatever, and he would have paid his fine and been on his way. And the thing about this is those people interrupted a church service, and sure, you want to give them all trespassing violations, fine, do it. Give them their trespassing violations, like right, and charge them and move them in and move them out. But when you're pulling up an 1873 KKK fucking law, and now you're trying to make it seem like they went in there specifically to terrorize the worshipers. They weren't there to terrorize the worshipers. They were there to try and hold the church accountable, and they're bullshitting. And guys, we have, you ready? Look at this shit, okay? Right here. Look, you ready? Look at this, okay? Look at that. Dude, ICE has been raiding churches, guys. ICE in Downey, California, in Arizona, I think maybe another one was New Mexico. ICE has gone in during church services and raided, interrupted services. So they did that. They engaged in that behavior. Okay, the Department of Homeland Security. That's not a good look, guys. That's going to haunt them. They're trying to charge these people for a felony when they literally are like, what are they doing? Maybe they're trying to prevent that church from falling victim to an ICE raid. You know, I mean, there's many layers of this. At the end of the day, though, no jury is going to convict Don Lemon or these people. They're not going to find a jury on the planet. Dude, where was it? Minneapolis. You ready? Look at this. You think they're going to find a fucking jury in Minneapolis that's going to convict those people? No, dude. No. Come on, bro. Right? Dude, are you kidding me? Look at this. There's no chance, boss. There's no fucking chance. They're a jury. They could search for 10 years. They're not getting a jury. Come on. This thing is a charade. All right? This whole thing is a charade. That's why Lemon is not mad. I think, though, guys, I think the thing we need to take from the Lemon thing, though, guys, is we got to not be silent, okay? This is like that shit, though. We can't get scared to use our voice because of Don Lemon, okay? We can't get scared, all right? You know what I'm saying? We can't get scared. And again, they weren't trying to interrupt a church service. They were trying to hold that church accountable because that church was putting those people in danger, okay? That church was putting those people, the parishioners, and their community in danger. And maybe they went about it the wrong way. And maybe they all deserve a trespassing fine. Fine. Give them the trespassing fine. But they're trying to amp this shit up. This is like Pam Bondi trying to give you 50 years for keying a Tesla. Okay? Keying a Tesla is wrong. Don't key a Tesla. You know what I'm saying? Don't do it. That's stupid. Don't like scratch up some person's car just because they bought a Tesla. They're not Elon Musk. And simultaneously, if you do key a Tesla, you're not getting 50 years in prison. That's bullshit. Okay? If you do key a Tesla, you're going to get, you know, a restitution and some community service. Like anybody who would key a car. Maybe go take some anger management classes. But you're not getting 30 years in prison for keying a car because the guy who made the car is Donald Trump's fucking butt buddy. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. You know, that is them trying to scare us. All right? Don't be scared. And you know, and believe me, we're all in the path. I mean, eventually, guys, there's going to be a knock on my door, right? I'm curious if I will make it to 2028 without the FBI showing up on my door. Okay? I'm dead serious, right? I'm not thinking they're necessarily going to show up, but if they show up one day, I will not be surprised. I will be like, oh, all right, I figured it was coming. You know what I'm saying? Dude, if you buy a Tesla at this point, that's true. Anybody who buys a Tesla right now is definitely making a statement, right? Dude, let's go. How many FBI agents are they going to have going around in the coming years? I don't know, dude. Dude, they'll come for us all. Yeah. I don't worry about too much of it though. You know, we got to stay focused. And right now, you know, we got to stay focused. Seen videos of them showing up, asking questions about posts about Trump. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Definitely. I mean, I try to do, I'll be honest, guys. I'm very careful with my language, okay, online, and I think you should be too. I am careful about my language to like with anything that could look like a threat, right? Like even when I say something like, we're going to kick your ass, I always add in November or at the ballot box, right? I'm very cognizant of just in general, not issuing threats, things that could be taken as like a personal threat. Okay. Because both for getting your posts removed or banned or having people show up, I just think it's not useful. Like physical threats, I think, oh dude, we got 4 minutes, guys. Stop stupidity. Let's get focus here. And I think that's pretty good advice. We need 7 and 4, baby. 10 and 4, let's go. Get it, punks. Ella, let's go. I'm super cognizant about that. All right, to avoid the threat, right? There we go, dude. But yeah, I think that's the shit where it gets hairy when people are like doing the threat thing. Dude, let's go. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. No, yours it had refreshed, but then a couple people came in after yours. So I think it was at 10, but then a whole bunch came in at once. Dude, base notes. Let's go, baby. Dude, I get it though. There's a lot of anxiety, guys. Right? Stop stupidity. Let's go. Jolie, let's go. We will build this kill chain. 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶 said in a recent interview, how you defend your country, a product used on occasion. I don't know what that means, Jen Cole. The digital kill chain. You need to dance? Let's go, crawling. We're gonna dance. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Coming in hot. Dude, yeah, stop stupidity is always like fucking stop stupidity and Ella are out there quarterbacking, dude. Let's go. Dude, shut up and dance with me. We only need one more. And there it is, Ella. Right? Bring it in and stop the stupidity. Let's go. Dude, they're always quarterbacking. Easy. See? Dude, let's go. We got this. Dude, we got this. We're gonna be all right, guys. I mean, I'm like, you know, come on, meow, let's go. Dude, for me, I am fucking, I pay my rent off Dance Party alone. Well, so you know what it is though, Raptor? I don't have any rent. Like I'm in a very privileged situation where like we own a house and it's paid off. So we don't have rent. We're in a like super fortunate situation, you know, having a paid off house. I'm like in the ultimate fucking position of, you know, comfort. I mean, I don't have a ton of money. I'm not like flitting around the world, but not having rent, not having that cost is what has enabled me to fucking switch gears. Like if I had a house payment, I'd probably still be playing Fortnite and miserable doing it, you know, which is one of the things that I think we have to figure out as a society, guys, because I'm telling you right now, it is the payment of rent. It is the payment of like a third to half of our income to survive, to keep a roof over our head that like destroys our soul more than anything else, guys. It really is. If we could figure out how people can have a roof over their head without having to sacrifice half their income, like that's the difference, guys. Anybody who can put a roof over their head without denting the rest of their lifestyle, because either you have enough money or your shit is paid off, like you're living in a different world. You know what I'm saying? You are living in a different world. It's like you wake up and you can focus on your dreams. You can focus on your passions, right? You can focus on how do I want to make the world better today instead of like, what do I have to do just to fucking make sure I don't end up in a tent? You know what I mean? And like that. So I am fucking like, you know, super lucky. I'm in a super privileged position. You know, I am, dude. I'm like super, and there's not a day that goes by though that I don't reflect on that, you know, because I don't take it for granted. You know what I'm saying? I reflect on that. And I do things, you know, I do shit like with my son out there living in New York City. I help him a lot. You know what I'm saying? And it's interesting because I have friends who also have kids that are the same age. And my friends are all like stopping helping their kids. Their kids are like done with college or whatever. And they're like, yeah, I'm kind of like giving him his car insurance, giving him his phone bill. And I'm like, you know, how can I help you to my kid, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to like, you know, pay that shit forward because I don't think people should have to struggle. I don't think, I look back at my own struggling financially and I don't think struggling financially benefited me in any way. Bryce isn't done with college though. That's true. That's true. Yeah, but fair enough. He's got 2 more years of college. That's true. Fair enough. But you know, I don't feel like financial struggles benefited me in any way. You know, I look back and I had a lot of them and they didn't benefit me. You know, what benefited me was when I didn't have financial struggles. That's when I was benefiting, you know. One thing you don't get is parents buying their kids brand new cars. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, dude, you would have to have a lot of money, I think, to do that, or I would. What is Bryce studying? He's not in college. He's studying life. Right now, what Bryce is studying is being unemployed in New York City. Dude, he's trying to get a job, but it's hard. It's hard because the job market sucks. and there's a snowstorm. Like, right first, it took him a while to find a place to live, and then he was going away to like spend time at his mom's, and then there's like a major snowstorm, and so like, right, he's like, today he was like, my mental health is doing good, but like, goddamn, it's hard to find a job. I can't. It's super hard. You're still looking? Yeah, Leslie's still looking for a job too. No, the job market sucks, guys. Can I show you? Can I just show you guys? Look at this. Okay, right here. You ready? Because I replied, dude, I want to show you a graph. Let's look at Donald Trump's whatever. Fucking here you go. You ready? Brooke Rollins. You ready? Watch this shit.
Right. So all of these tariffs, all of these sort of the reshoring of manufacturing, focusing on our farmers, bringing those jobs back, cutting taxes under the one big beautiful bill, all of the above. What that means is a real chance at the American dream for so many.
Dude, the American dream, dude, they're literally just giving farmers handouts because they've destroyed the farmer's life with tariffs.
They have never had that experience before. And the American dream is not being on food stamp program, right? The American dream is not being on all these programs. That should be a hand up, not a handout. And so, yes, we were talking right before on camera. This is news. We haven't released it yet.
Watch.
But as of yesterday, we have moved 1.75 million people off of SNAP. 1,750,000 people that were...
Dude, look at that. So they're happy that they kicked 1.75 million people off SNAP. But like, you ready? Yeah, they moved them to where? Because look what I said. I said, good thing you're taking away food assistance and bringing back the dignity of work. At the same time, your Epstein rapist dunce of a boss is making all the jobs disappear. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at the jobs in 2023 and 2024. And then Donald Trump takes over in 2025. And look at what has happened. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Look at 2025, dude. So, oh, great. They move people off SNAP, the dignity of work. But guys, there is no work. Where to work? Where's the fucking work, boss? There isn't any, right? Welcome to the golden age where you have no food assistance and they're telling you you have the dignity of work, but they don't have a fucking job to give you, right? Right now you have no food and no job. Oh, nice. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you. The American dream is for me searching through my neighbor's trash for something to eat. That's the American dream, right? But look at what he did to the jobs, guys. Look at what he did to our job market. And right about here is when the tariffs kicked in. Okay? He wasn't doing good. Okay? But he wasn't doing horrible. It was like still uprising, but then the tariffs kicked in. And look at what has happened since the tariffs kicked in. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's worse, dude. You ready? Look at this shit. What's her name? There it is. You ready? Look at this. Here. Look at this. Since April. These are the layoffs, okay? Amazon, 30,000. Intel, 25,000. UPS, 20,000. Microsoft, 15,000. Meta, 3,600. Target, 1,800. Charter, 1,200. Paramount, 1,000. Rivian, 600. XAI, 500. And Verizon just laid off 15,000 workers. And look at this. Their stock went up, okay? So this is what's crazy, guys. You ready? Every time they do this, Amazon lays off 30,000 of us, and we get booted off Snap, and we get fucked. But like the owners of Amazon stock, the 10% of America that owns stock, they get a pay raise when they get rid of us. And then the remaining workers at Amazon get closer to a broken back. Or they have to work with pulled muscles and shit because now they have to be 20% more productive. And they got finger wagging. And this is what they keep doing. And now pretty soon they're going to start replacing people with robots. And there's going to be nothing for us. Yeah, dude, this system is not good. And she's out here, you know what I'm saying? This idiot is out here fucking telling us, wait, where is it? She's out here.
Also, they're able to have real jobs now moved off. A food stamp program when the president was sworn in 1 year ago have now moved off.
Yeah, watch this.
750 news. We haven't released it yet. But
Big
as
news.
of yesterday, we have moved 1.75 million people off of SNAP. 1,750,000 people that were on the food stamp program when the president was sworn in 1 year ago have now moved off. A stronger economy, higher wages. I mean, this is what we're fighting for every day. Not bigger programs, smaller programs.
Higher wages? Fucking, dude, what is she talking about? She's lying, bro.
People to have real jobs, real health care, a real opportunity for their children.
Real health care. Oh, yeah. You mean the 10 million people that got booted off Obamacare had their premiums quadruple?
And their grandchildren. And these are the numbers that make it so. It also, the opposite of that is, it's also showing you how much fraud is in these programs.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And
Good point.
peeling people off that shouldn't be on there to begin with.
Yeah.
And really protecting the American taxpayer and all of it.
But they will be now able to not rely on government, but actually get into the workforce, work, make their own money.
Yeah, make their own money, get in the workforce. Look at that. Dude, maybe get into this workforce, guys. Maybe they go out there and start a business and create some jobs because Trump is fucking destroying them all.
And actually provide for their families, which is what they want anyway. They don't want to depend on government programs unless you're talking about fraud.
Right. That's exactly right. The dignity of work is real. I think that is a foundational American value.
Dude, guys, you ready for this? You ready? Let me just cue you in. You ready? The dignity of work is bullshit. Okay? That's what I'm going to go on the record and say. The dignity of work is bullshit. The dignity of like working for yourself and doing something you're passionate about, I'll give you that. Okay? The dignity of working for yourself and doing something that you wake up every day and you love, yeah, there is some dignity in there that is like life-changing. But the dignity of waking up every day and schlepping down to some job with some annoying boss looking over your shoulder when he's just out to get a promotion and he would fucking sell you out in 2 fucking seconds, and that whole company will fire your ass to increase their stock price, and you're going to work every day slaving away, generating so much wealth, and you're getting none of it? Fuck that. Bro, there's no dignity in that, boss. That is a con job. That is like a prostate massage with a hot poker, boss. That's what that is, dude. And I've always been resentful about that. Dude, I'm telling you, I have never liked going to work for somebody else. Is a little better with a small business if like the owner is working there right with you. I have worked with some small businesses where me and the owner are working side by side. It's a little bit different, and they tend to give you a little more equity in the company, or in at least in your, you know, if you're not getting equity in the company, you're getting equity in the amount of privileges you have, right? You know what I'm saying? I have had some good experiences with that, but like, dude, a lot of corporations are just like, dude, that shit is just terrible. You said, fuck the small business tyrants. Krygo doesn't like the small business guys. Dude, it depends. I guess it depends on who you have, right? You know what I'm saying? Found restaurant owners, some of the, restaurant. Yeah, dude, restaurant owners, though, are tough, though. Because I think some restaurant owners aren't really like, I don't know. Restaurants are, sometimes the owner's more like a mobster than they are like a business owner, right? Restaurant owners. I mean, restaurants are notorious at like skimming. They are, dude. Restaurants are like, a lot of restaurants are skimmers. Bars too, where they kind of like, are number fudgers because they're sort of there to just extract as much money out of the place as possible. I mean, I think if you watch mobster movies, there's always like some guy who owns a restaurant. And I think that's pretty accurate, that restaurants can be amorphous because they're really hard to make a living. Restaurants are, if you have an individual restaurant, it's hard. I mean, there's a lot of costs from employees eating the food, giveaways, waste. I mean, it's a tough business to be in. And so I think sometimes people who own restaurants are just like skimming the till. They are, dude. They're like little mobsters. Right? Dude, I've worked in some bars and shit where they used to what they used to do? Let me just tell you the number one ruse with bars is so the number one problem with bars and restaurants is employee consumption. Okay? That's the number one problem. Employee consumption. Because two things happen in every bar and restaurant. The employees are drinking for free, and they're giving away free drinks to other people that are giving them free shit in their bars and restaurants. Okay? So you have to hide that shit. And so they keep track of pour costs and food costs, and it's supposed to be kept around 30%. But what they do is they'll put other expenses into the pour costs. Like I've worked in bars where they used to they used to put like the food into the pour costs of the alcohol, so then they could hide the missing alcohol, or they'd put like repairs. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just, the people managing bars and restaurants are basically like cooking the books to hide the fact that all the employees are consuming shit. I mean, it's just a reality. You're not going to have a bar or a restaurant where the employees don't consume shit. So I mean, I think it's almost like if you're going to run those businesses, you have to have an understanding with your staff. You have to offer a way for them to consume shit and for you to incorporate that into your costs. Like I've worked at places where you could ring shit up and just comp it, and then you could add these comp tickets, and so they could keep track of it, and it is the thing that's really hard, because all of those people are those, those employees, they're not well paid. It's a cash business that comes and goes. They don't have health insurance. It is like a part of the situation. And I think it's probably even harder now when people are struggling. I mean, guys, I'll tell you, you ready? So my whole life, okay, from my mid-20s up until 2016, 20 years, I worked in bars and restaurants. And while I worked in those bars and restaurants, I basically would not eat outside. I would spend hardly any money on groceries. I would go to work for 6 or 8 hours, and I would eat like 5 meals, and then I wouldn't eat until I went back to work. And then the only time I would cook would pretty much be when I had my days off. Like Jenny used to see this. She can vouch for this. That I would not eat all day, and I would go to work and I would just eat all night at work. And then I would come home the next day and not eat all day. And then I would eat all night at work. Right? And I mean, that's just how you do it. That's why you work in restaurants and bars. You are eating for free and you're drinking for free. And, it's a tough business, right? Dude, it is a tough business. You gotta have a really successful clientele to pull it off. And you gotta know how to manage your staff, because I think the more you try to not do that, right? The more you try to prevent them from doing that, the more they're going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Right? Dude, most of the cooks you worked with stayed drunk at work. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty common for cooks to be drinking, Right? You know, did it when you worked at a restaurant? Yeah. I mean, everybody does it. Dude, when I first moved to Portland, it was crazy. Like Hawthorne is one of the popular streets in Portland with all the bars and restaurants and like clothing boutiques and shit. And I lived right on Hawthorne, and I had a job like 3 blocks away on Hawthorne. And all of us that lived on Hawthorne in the late 90s and early 2000s, that's what we did. We all worked in bars and restaurants and coffee shops, and then we all consumed for free, right? And every bartender there, the person that worked at their coffee shop and the people that hung out that were cooking in the restaurants they went to, they all came into your bar and they drank partially for free. And then you ate for free and got coffee for free. And like, dude, it was amazing. It was pretty incredible for a couple of years. It was like, that was what we did. It was like this crazy like community, you know, dude, shift meal. Yes. Starts when you get there, ends when you leave. Yeah, man. No, it was amazing. It was amazing. Right? They cracked down now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I haven't worked there. I haven't worked in a restaurant since 2016. So I'm a little out of it. But I used to, you know, like you work night shift, you know, everybody's in on it, right? You just got to figure out who the rats are, right? You know what I'm saying? You got to figure out who the rats are and stay away from the rats. And then you make friends with the powerful people. I think it's worse in corporate restaurants. Corporate restaurants are a little crazier about it. But I always had a process, guys, where for me, you know, I go into a restaurant job or whatever, a bar, I identify who the most powerful people are in that environment. And then I would like, you know, find a way in with them. And then I do a really good job, and then I do whatever the fuck I want, and they leave me alone, right? Right? You make friends with power, and then you do a great job, have your work be unimpeachable, and then they would leave me alone. I could be on my fucking phone. I could fucking eat food. Nobody ever said shit. I had jobs where sometimes the bar manager would order extra cases of Red Bull just for me to drink. I had like multiple cases of Red Bull for me to drink on the job because I was such a productive bartender that they were like, dude, you keep turning in those numbers and like, I don't mind spending $100 a month, like getting you Red Bull, right? You know? And like, you know, you get the power people on your side and you do a great job and then they fucking leave you alone and shit, you know? But I was sober bartender. It is different. When I was a drinking bartender, my bosses did not like me. Okay. When I was a drinking bartender, it was much more complicated, right? You black out a couple times at work and you like will have management on your ass, boss. I'm telling you, I have been there. It is not a good scene, dude. Do not under any circumstances go down that route. Okay, it does not end well. Okay, dude, right? They got me juicing for bigger gains. Yeah, dude, it's funny. Yeah, no, being sober is the way to go, dude. Sober bartender is like, if you're a sober bartender, you're a very fucking hot commodity. I didn't like bartending though, dude. It's rough. All right, but we got to do some politics, guys. All right, I guess we were doing one of these streams because we're all sort of stressed out. I think maybe that's when we hit these kinds of talky streams is when everybody's feeling the stress, right? And guys, I'm feeling it too, man. I am. I'm feeling the stress. I am. It's like you're not alone. There is a lot of stress. There's a lot of uncertainty. Okay, I think is what we're dealing with now. That's crazy is just a lot of uncertainty, you know? I mean, it's understandable too, because think about this, guys. Look at what we're seeing. We're seeing like major news reporters get arrested. They're trying to charge people with insane laws from 1873, right? You know what I mean? There's people being shot in the streets. Masked marauders running around and seemingly none of us can do anything about it. and you know, he's invading, he's raiding election precincts and lying, and like all of our allies, are just bailing on us. And so there is a lot of uncertainty. Like, what's going to happen? Is Trump going to like shoot a governor or some shit? And like, is there going to be some attempt at a military takeover? Are they going to like fucking, like shut off the power in fucking cities they don't like? Or, you know what I mean? Is he going to go to war? Like, dude, like what's going to come next? We just don't know, You know what I'm saying? And you're right. There are no adults in the room, man. Did you see the Nick Shirley thing, guys? Did you see this? Like, look at this thing right here, dude, with Nick Shirley. This is heartbreaking. All right, first off, this one is fucking going crazy, dude. Dude, Trumpy the Hut. Oh my God, bro. That shit is gnarly. But this clip right here, guys, broke my heart. Yeah, look at this. You ready?
It's Nick Shirley, our state, guys. Look.
Says there's 14 children enrolled here.
You don't care. This is my daycare.
Then where are the children?
You don't care.
Where are the children at?
It's not enough, Minnesota. You come here. It's not enough.
Dude, you see that? Look at him, though. He's driving around. She's running a daycare out of her house. And he's like on her front step. Where are the children at? It says 14 children. Where are the children? And she's like, you don't care. This is my daycare. Like, get out of my fucking neighborhood, bro. He's in like San Diego now, right? He's just driving around being a fucking goon, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like going to a daycare asking where are the children. Dude, you ready, Nick Shirley? It's none of your fucking business where the children are at. Stay away from the children, you Mormon weirdo. Like, what is wrong with him? Dude, isn't that crazy? Dude, I watched this and I am livid, bro. I am livid, dude.
It's Nick Shirley, our state, guys. Look.
Says there's 14 children enrolled here.
You don't care. This is my daycare.
Then where are the children?
You don't care.
Where are the children at?
It's not enough, Minnesota. You come here. It's not enough.
Dude, I love her. Dude, is he, so what he's doing, Mike, is he's going to daycare by, it is targeted. They're going to minority daycare, Somali daycare, or anybody who's like, has a name that they think is a Muslim. What it really is, guys, is I feel like it's a Muslim thing more than anything. They look at any daycare center that's got a Muslim or a Middle Eastern sounding last name, and then they go and harass, okay? And now, dude, there's a lot of fraud in the government, okay? Absolutely. There's a lot of fraud in the government, like, of course. But like, bro, I mean, here, you know where he's not going? Let me show you where he's not going, guys, okay? He's not going, right? He's not going to Texas, okay, where there was a nationwide fraud ring discovered, okay, $14.6 billion nationwide. He's not going to Texas. He's not going to Florida. He's not, right? There, where's he going? He's going to San Diego. Why? Gavin Newsom. He went to Minnesota. Why? Tim Walz and his buddy Mike Lindell, okay? They're going to go to Chicago. Why? J.B. Pritzker. They're going to go to Washington. They're going to Washington. Why? Because the mayor of Seattle is an activist, and she's taking a stand against ICE, okay? They are going to the blue cities that are activism or led by people that he considers political enemies. Because at the end of the day, what they really want is they don't care about fraud. If they cared about fraud, they'd be looking at Texas too and Florida too. They'd be like Rick Scott wouldn't be a senator if they cared about fraud. Okay, they would have doged the Pentagon if they cared about fraud. But what they care about is they care about making it look like there's fraud so they can make some videos and they can try to damage Gavin Newsom because they don't want Gavin Newsom to kick the shit out of J.D. Vance in the 2028 election, or Gavin Newsom to reduce the effectiveness of their candidates so they lose a bunch of elections. Okay? Yeah, dude, did you remember Benny Johnson? Remember Benny was going to California to find fraud? Dude, Benny didn't find shit. When Benny Johnson went looking for fraud, what did he do, dude? He took a bunch of photos in front of gas stations. All right, let's watch Benny Johnson looking for fraud here in California. All right. All right, let's look at this. Hold on, let's find. He was in California. Remember, he was like, guys, if you know any fraud, hit me up. I'm looking for fraud. All right, I guess we'll just look for California, right? Or probably if we look for Newsom, we'll find it. I bet he mentioned Gavin's name in every post. Okay, here he is. Look at this. Gavin Newsom does not want you to see this. I just drove through LA. Oh, look at what we got, right? Gavin Newsom. Oh, let's show some homeless people. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, great. Homeless people. Let's go to West Virginia and look at homeless people. Or you know what's funny, guys? Check this out. He went to California to make videos about homeless people. Where does Benny live? You know where Benny lives, guys? Benny lives in Florida. You know what Florida is, guys? Florida is the number 3 homeless. Okay? The most homeless people in America are in California because of the weather and the high cost of living. Second is New York City because of the high cost of living. You know where number 3 is? Florida. Okay? So Benny Johnson could have gone to his home state of Florida and he could have done an expose about the homeless problem. The number 3 homeless problem in America. He could have walked out his door and just walked into town. But no, Benny's going to California, right? Why? Because it's not about the homeless. He's looking for fraud. The fraud is Benny Johnson, okay? And so he photographed a few tents. He went to the gnarliest, like, homeless area. But even if you look at the homeless, like, look at how organized these guys are. They have their shoes set out. This is actually really clean, okay? I mean, nobody wants these guys to be homeless, but look at these guys. These guys are not living like, I don't know, man. I respect it. I think it's hard to be homeless. I've been without an apartment. I slept on the beach for like a year and did couch surfing and slept in my car. It's hard. It is hard not having a place to live, guys. It's fucking hard. These guys look like they're doing a pretty good fucking job of this. Maybe we should give them a little respect and help them out instead of, like, you know, making a video about Gavin Newsom. Okay, but here's another one, dude. Oh, look at that. Gas prices. Gas prices in California. Oh, shit. Now, why are there high gas prices in California? Okay, well, number 1 is it's not on Refinery Row. Number 2 is they tax it because California is a big state. So, yeah, they tax it. Number 3 is, you know how much gas gets used in California, guys? A lot. Because all of the shipping, okay, all of the goods that you get in Oregon and Washington and Montana and Idaho, and Nevada, all of those goods come from California. It's a fucking shipping hub. So, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of taxes on that gas, but also, dude, it's a high demand. All of the shipping that goes through the West Coast, everything that fucking gets delivered to the West Coast originates in California. So, yeah, man, gas is expensive. No shit, bro. Right? But it's not even that much. Like, there are cheaper gas stations too. But you notice he fucking only goes to the ones where it's super expensive. But, like, dude, this was his big fraud investigation. Gas, so expensive. Oh, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, boo-hoo. But you know what else, guys? You ready for this? Check it out, though. So he shows you gas here, $4.89, okay? But you know how much a fast food worker makes in California, guys? $22 an hour. Oh, $22 an hour. All right, let's go to Kentucky, where gas is half of this price. And how much does a fast food worker make in Kentucky? Probably $8 an hour, okay? So, like, it's actually, you know, the $4.89 for gas in California, you might actually be living better until you get to rent. Rent is fucking killing you. That's a whole other thing. All right, but you know what I'm saying? So it is not as bad as it seems. And you know, it also, though, the housing costs in California suck. Okay, they do, dude. Housing, like, we have to figure out housing, guys. I feel like housing is the thing we should focus on. You know what I mean? Like housing. 16 is California's minimum wage. Yeah, but the fast food is 22. Okay, fast food in particular have an increased minimum wage. They have a higher requirement for fast food workers because it's so profitable in California, right? It's different than the regular minimum. Yeah, they jacked it up just for fast food restaurants. But yeah, dude, we need to sort out housing. The more I look into this, I realize that housing, right? Housing is our solution, okay? Like housing costs, because housing is where the ownership class bleed us. Like housing, I think, is the last vestige of enslavement that exists in America. It really is when you think about it, because America was built on slavery, okay, where you had this workforce that weren't getting paid. But now we're getting paid, okay, and the enslavement of the job market is lessened because we're making wages. But housing is where enslavement still exists, because what it is you have an owner that is just taking 1/3 or half of your wealth every month, okay? And they're not working. The owner's not working. The owner is just extracting, okay? You go out and work all day, and then you go home, and the landlord takes half of your wages, 1/3 of your wages, just gone, right? In most places, it's closer to half. So you work, you go home, and the minute you walk in your apartment, the owner of that building or that house just took half of your fucking wealth. And he's done nothing. And so that is like, that's where we're stuck, guys. Okay? We are stuck right there where we are like a lot of people are renters. You know, it's like, I don't know what percentage of Americans are renters. We look at it, so 36% are renters. Okay, 36%. That means, you know, that's fucking like 1/3 of the country is like stuck. And what's more though, guys, is like I feel like this probably ebbs and flows. You know what I'm saying? But look at this. You ready? 65% of people under 35 are renters, okay? Isn't that crazy? And 60% of households at the bottom are renters. And half of the renters are spending more than 30% of their income on rent. So it says 65% of American households own their homes. But guys, you ready for this though? You ready? Hold on though. But guys, here's the deal though. Even with this number, they're still renters. Okay? Because even if you own your house, do you really own it? I mean, right? You have a mortgage. You have property tax. Okay? You have a mortgage, you have property tax. So if you're a lower income person, you don't really own that house for a long time. Now, at a certain point, you can fucking take a loan out on the house. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, and now they're talking about 50-year mortgage, okay? But what I'm saying though is well, you do and you don't, Eddie, because check it out. Because you ready? You ready for this, guys? Hold on. You don't have equity for like 15 years because you pay the interest first, okay? So when you start with your home ownership, for that first 10 years, you're not really building a lot of equity because most of your payment is fucking interest, right? So, 10 years in, you have equity, but you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is if you're a lower income person, right, the equity really only benefits the people that are high income, people that have really low interest levels on their home, or people that paid a whole bunch of that home up front, so their payment is really small. They bought equity because they put 40% down, okay? Now that person has a huge amount of equity, okay? But if you put 10% down and you're getting some like homeowners assistance or whatever, you don't have equity for a while. And if you lose a job or something, your house gets foreclosed on, you know what I'm saying? And so even our ownership program is predatory. You know what I'm saying? So like my thing is we have to figure out some way of like, I mean, guys, I don't know what the answer is. It could be like every family gets one house to own somewhere, right? Like every family gets an ownership unit, right? Like instead of $1,000 Trump account, every family gets one ownership unit, right? Maybe that's a solution, that every family gets one fucking unit somewhere. Or, you limit the number that people can own, okay? That's another thing you could do. You could limit the number that people can own, right? You can't own more than one apartment building, okay? You can't own more than one apartment building. Or we could have apartment buildings be co-op owned, you know what I'm saying? Where an apartment building like they do in New York City, okay? In New York City, there are co-ops, right? Where there's an apartment building that is a corporation, and when you buy it, you have bought stock in that corporation. I mean, we have to find a way to that so everybody has property that they actually own, right? You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. It's complicated though, because renting is like big business. You know what I'm saying? Like renting is big business. Like the people that own a lot of real estate don't want to give it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we have to solve that problem. When you say that's never going to happen, we have to make something happen, guys. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, we're going to have two choices. We either have to make it happen, or it's going to get so out of control that the poor people are just going to kill the rich people and take their shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? And dude, what Belfast says is true. Is like we've hit supply side economics, okay? Which is what Belfast said, is people are making more money leaving shit empty than they are, right? Like people are making more money. If you own a bunch of units and you only rent a third of them, those apartments are super expensive, right? Dude, so, I mean, we don't have a lot of choice. We either have to sort this out, or we go until people revolt and they just take all that shit, you know? I mean, dude, now we're going to have a 50-year mortgage, guys. Dude, because I tell you what, guys, you ready for this? If Trump does a 50-year mortgage, that means nobody owns a home anymore. Okay? If you buy a home at 30, okay? You buy a home at 30 on a 50-year mortgage, there's a really good chance you're not going to be alive before that house is paid off, boss. Right? You know what I mean? Like, think about that. If there's a 50-year mortgage, bro, dude, you would never own that home, bro. Dude. You are now a fucking glorified renter. You're going to pay off interest, right? You're going to fucking pay off interest your whole life, and then the bank is going to take your house and be like, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for 37 years of interest payments, and thank you for that house. Appreciate you. Keep coming back, right? Dude, you'll never own a home and you're 33? Yeah, dude, guys, I'll be honest. I don't know if I would have ever owned a home. I couldn't get ahead, right? I mean, you know, Jenny and I just got into a very fortunate situation where, you know, we got help from her parents, and then she had a bunch of money because she had just gone through a divorce where they sold a house they owned together, and I was making a ton of money. And so she and I were able to invest in remodeling the house. And so we had a perfect storm of buying a complete piece of shit for dirt cheap, and we got help, and then we had enough money to make it into something nice. And then I was able to get famous and become like a streamer, right? I was able to develop a career after I had solved that rent problem, right? Because, dude, I was, you know, I had a 1-bedroom apartment when I was Bryce's dad, when I was just single. I had a 1-bedroom apartment, guys. It was like $950 a month, bro, for a 1-bedroom. And that was, you know, that was 15 years ago. It was $950 for a 1-bedroom. And it's just going up and up and up. I'm sure now it's like $1,700. It's probably double that. But dude, that was crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't get out of that. And yes, I did gentrify the neighborhood at that too, right? The newest car you've ever owned was 11 years old. See, I've always had new cars. I'm a new car guy. I bought new cars since I was like 30. I had too much trouble with cars. I have a bad car problem, so I always bought new cars, right? But, you know, yeah, rent is out of control, dude. It is crazy. It's crazy. We got to do something about it. Dude, you remortgage your house third time 3 years ago. Now your house will be paid off when you're 102. But your payments are only $600 a month. Yeah, that's a score though. 600? Dude, this is too depressing. Dude, I don't know. I feel like we got to do something about it, you know? And you know, what's wild about this though is, you know, I think it's really, I question America's brain power, okay? When America, right? When America, they elected a real estate shark to be their president. And like, what were we doing? Like, who thought electing a real estate shark was going to benefit us in any way when housing is such a situation? You know what I mean? But dude, yeah, I don't know, dude. We gotta figure out like the corporate ownership, you know what I'm saying? You question America's brain power? Dude, I mean, it's questionable. Drive a souped up wheelchair. All right, let's go. Dude, let's go. There you go, Ella. I didn't know you were in a wheelchair. Let's go. I love it though, with the CB radio and American flag. That's amazing. Dude. Or are you not in a wheelchair, or do you just drive one? Right? Dude. questioning whiteness. Dude, I'm questioning a lot of shit, right? I mean, guys, I'm not a fan of capitalism. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not a fan of capitalism. I'm not. I mean, you know, I mean, they say capitalism is like free markets and all that, but it's not really. You know, capitalism is a distribution of resources where, you know, 85% of the people generate all the wealth and 15% of the people control it all. And that's really what capitalism is. Spina bifida, use everything from crutches to wheelchair. Dude, it's a challenge, not a disability. Let's go. Yeah, no, you got to fucking work it. I love it that you're out there. But you know what I mean? It's like capitalism, there may have been a time when it was free markets, when there was a good tax base and there was a corporate tax things. But once Reagan showed up, now it's just 85% of the people create everything and 15% of the people control everything. And so that's not going to be tenable for long term, man. You know, and it used to be a system that discouraged people from hoarding. Okay. It prevented people from hoarding, right? Because the taxes were set up that they were so extreme that they prevented people from hoarding, you know, and now it like encourages hoarding. And in fact, now we've gone to the backside where I keep saying that it's now supply side economics, right? Whereas when I went to college in the 80s, they taught you that, oh, if there's increased demand, you know, the price goes up and right. And if there's less demand, the price goes down or you increase supply. But eventually what they figured out in everything is all they have to do is restrict supply, and that jacks up the price. So now what happens is corporations and companies, they purposely restrict the supply, always. Now what they do is they throttle the supply in order to create the raise the market price, right? If we want to raise the market price, we just slow down production, or we just like hold on to some shit and don't put it into the fucking, we don't circulate it. And that's what they do. And then they can jack up the price, and then they can slowly increase the supply, which then the price maybe goes down a tiny bit, but it is now elevated, and they keep jacking it like kind of like it's sort of like capitalism is now like the Panama Canal, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that the Panama Canal, I think, goes like up in elevation or something, or maybe it's the Suez. There's some canal out there where you go in and they fill it with water to elevate you, and then you go into another thing. And so, right, and at the end of the canal, you're up 100 feet or whatever, but it all happened gradually. And that's what they've just been doing with that's what they do with the price floor of everything now. Is it the Suez? Okay. I knew it was one of them, but that's what our capitalism is, where they just restrict the supply, raise the price floor, and that's what they do now. That's the new game, dude. Right? Canal locks. Thank you. Right? Dude, you're the canal. Dude, I am a canal. See anal, right? Canal. Dude. Oh shit. There's more than one lock system in the world. I'm sure there is, right? But I that just reminds me of what fucking capitalism has become, right? Where we're all just getting, right? We're all just getting canalized. Dude, let's go. All right, Epstein. Dude, I have a bunch of shit to make videos on, so it's okay if we have a stress day. We can have a stress day. We've covered some of this shit. But guys, all right, let's look at a little Epstein, shall we? All right. Dude, we've looked at Benny Johnson, his fake shit. They're fraud. They're killing the economy. All of these guys. Again, guys, this is troublesome. Okay, I like this right here. Like, why are 9, 10, and 11? You can't download them all. Again, it's more like just being screwed with. Okay, these guys are just screwing with us. You know, they're screwing with us. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Dude, I know there's a lot, but guys, again, we don't know what is real. Like, I want to take this one. I'm going to move this over to the edge because, like, this was obviously one of the big ones today that I downloaded, which was this one, 679, okay? Epstein file. Let me see here. Let me see if we can search it on Twitter. It is this one. Okay. This was the big one, and I'm going to keep it off screen. Okay. So we don't have to like worry about it, but let's look at a couple of things here. Okay. Number one is we're going to look at this one. This was a big one. Okay. This one was huge. Epstein 679. Okay. And this is one of those. You're real one, punk. It's past my bedtime. Thank you, dude. Tunnel time. Peace. You'll be able to watch in the morning. Let's go. All right. We got you. But so this was a big one. Okay. And this is something that fucking like, I have to be careful here because, okay. Because, we like a lot of this shit is going to get muted. A lot of this shit is into some janky things. So let's look at Epstein. We're going to cover 3 things here. Okay. We're going to cover number 1. So I guess technically we're going to cover 3 things. Number 1 is I want to talk about the liars. Okay. Okay. I want to talk about the liars because 2 major players got caught in lies today. All right, first thing we're going to do is we're going to address Pinky's question. So the Epstein estate has nothing to do with Ghislaine. The Epstein estate is run by 2 co-executors. It is in the Virgin Islands. Okay, the Epstein estate they were 2 people that were named by Epstein like a couple days before he died. And it is Indyke and Kahn. Richard Kahn, his accountant, and his lawyer, Darren Indyke. Okay, so they are 2 people that were put in charge a couple days before he died. No, his brother has nothing to do with the estate. Okay, so right before he died, he went in and he created an estate with his lawyer and his accountant, and he did it specifically so that when he did die, it made it a lot harder to access his shit. He basically like signed everything away. It's like he either knew he was going to die or he was planning on offing himself. Now, guys, I do have one thing to say. I want to interject here because I am just about done with Virginia Giuffre's book. Okay. And I know that we've talked a little bit about Virginia Giuffre and about her suicide and her unaliving herself, right? I'm going to be careful with the terms here. I don't want to trigger censors. But so Virginia Giuffre unalived herself, and a lot of people were like, oh, they offed her, okay? But guys, I didn't know until I read her book that she tried to unalive herself a couple of times, guys, okay? She did. She did it twice, okay? Twice in 2022, okay? In a very short period of time. She tried twice. And she had a long history. She then got diagnosed with fibromyalgia. She had a long history of struggling with painkiller addiction. After reading her book, I don't think she was like, I don't think people offed her. I think that very likely it was her own thing. She had a lot of physical ailments. I think after a while, right? After a while, a lot of her trauma like manifested in her body. She had a lot of physical ailments. She got in that accident. Eventually, her husband like took the kids, right? And so after reading her book, I feel pretty certain that she did unalive herself. Now Epstein, I'm not sure about him. Okay, I am definitely not sure about him. But after reading Virginia's book, like sadly, she had a long history of like struggling. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she was a warrior, guys. Like she was a warrior, but I think her being a warrior really decimated her in a way. Okay, because she had like, you know, a lot of trauma related issues. She struggled with drugs. And she ended up having a lot of accidents. And now, guys, I'm not attacking a victim. I'm not attacking her at all. Without her, like this case would have never come forward. I'm just telling you after reading her book, I see her in a different light, right? And for you to even say, why are you attacking? Like you're being like, that's being weird to even say that. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know what I mean? Like you're like, I don't know what your deal is. Okay. You're like not, you don't want to look at reality, I guess, maybe. You don't want to take people in for what they're actually going through. Like you need to believe that there's some ginormous conspiracy. I think maybe you're operating on a level where maybe you need to get into reality. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And I will talk about today, but why, how about this? How about if you don't come into my chat and fucking get all lippy? How about that? How about we start there? Okay, that like I am a sexual abuse survivor myself, and so I'm gonna like process this and fucking give my energy to this case in a very realistic sense, taking in survivors. Okay, and some survivors are fucking hurt. And they grapple with drug addiction. Now, one of the things I wanted to say is that, like, if you read her book, okay, if you read her book, you see that, like, the trauma, like, ravaged her body, okay? Because, guys, Virginia Giuffre was somebody who was abused by her father, by Ron Eppinger, by a like, conversion camp that they sent her to. They sent her to a youth camp to like straighten her out. Then eventually it was like Epstein, you know what I'm saying? And what ended up happening is she then went out into the world and she took them all on, okay? Without Virginia Giuffre, there would have been no like Ghislaine Maxwell trial. There would have been no arrest of even Epstein in the first place, because she sued Ghislaine Maxwell and she started the discovery process that created the entire case. If she did not stand up and fight, Epstein would probably still be abusing women right now. Now the problem is like taking on the whole world like that and taking on Prince Andrew and the royal family. It takes a toll, man. It really, really does. You know what I'm saying? It takes a toll. Like if you read her book, like she struggled with physical ailments and then she got in a lot of accidents. She was always getting into accidents and started after the trials. She had like one physical ailment after another, from like fibromyalgia and like, you know, other fucking, you know, she got like staph infections. I mean, she just like her body got ravaged, and eventually like car accidents. I mean, it was really sad, where it just seemed like some of that shit consumed their body. Now, to address that person though that came in here and said I was attacking Virginia, I just want to address that person because that person had previously brought up 𝗙cie Riley. And there is something, guys, about and I'm not going to go into the Sasha Riley thing because there are people now that are trying to corroborate and figure this shit out. But what I want to talk about with Sasha Riley is there is an element of the people who have attached themselves to Sasha Riley that are very like 4chan-y. They're very QAnon-y. There is like a QAnon element of like this Epstein situation that have gone all in on Sasha Riley. I think it's because they really want like Donald Trump to be like a hidden gay person or something. I don't know. There's this idea of Trump being gay or being a gay like abuser that I think is like gets people cooked up in a feverish sort of way where they are like, if you don't like immediately like insist with them that Sasha Riley is all true, they like attack you. Like I've been getting messages from people, okay, that are attacking me because I have doubts about Sasha Riley. And that's just from like listening to some of Sasha's tapes. Okay. I listen to them as an abused person, an abused guy. And there's a lot about Sasha's tapes that aren't adding up. Okay. That like Sasha was definitely abused. Okay. Definitely. Without a doubt. There is no doubt in my mind that Sasha has suffered a far range of abuse. Now, what I wonder when I look at Sasha is if the Epstein connection is real with Sasha or if the Epstein connection is part of Sasha's trauma response. That's what I have had questions with. And I am waiting for people to investigate, okay? Because I don't have the energy or the bandwidth to investigate it myself, but I know that people are looking into it. Reporters and investigators are following up on that shit. Okay. Now, the thing though that bothers me about Sasha is that cultish vibe. Okay. That cultish vibe is alarm bells for me. Okay. When people insist that, and guys, there's another woman. Can I just show you? Okay. And again, I'm not doubting that Sasha was abused, but there's another woman, guys. Okay. Do you know who Blair White is? Okay. Blair White is a transgender woman who is a very right winger. Okay. Now, you ready for this? Now, Blair White is, she's done a feature on a woman who has approached me. Okay. In my messages. Okay. There's a woman who's reached out to me. Let's find Blair White. And here we go. Now she did a message with this woman. Okay. This woman right here. Look at this woman right here, dude. Okay. Now this woman is Juliet Bryant. And look at her. She has an Epstein survivor. Juliet Bryant is her name. Okay. Now, Juliet Bryant has not been a part of Ghislaine Maxwell's case. She is not a part of the group of like Annie and Maria Farmer and Sarah Ransom and Virginia Giuffre. She's a person who calls herself Epstein survivor Juliet Bryant. Okay, she is a woman who says she's seen Jeffrey Epstein be a shapeshifter. Okay, now I have no doubt that Juliet Bryant has been abused and has suffered a lot of trauma. But my interactions with Juliet Bryant and the way she's behaving online and the type of people she is talking to, and she's claiming Epstein was a shapeshifter, and she's like telling all this shit about Bill Clinton, but she, like none of the other survivors are connecting with this woman. There's a lot of alarm bells with Juliet Bryant because, guys, there are hundreds of women that have been working with major lawyers that have been investigating Epstein for 30 fucking years, guys. So any Epstein survivor that is out of that group, that is like, you know, talking about shapeshifting or talking about people that didn't really maybe know Donald Trump in the 80s, you have to wonder about it. And then when you look at her, just look at her, right? I mean, I don't know. Something about her, just like, she doesn't seem very reliable, okay? You know what I mean? And so, like, you know, I don't know what's going on with Juliet. I know that she's been abused. I don't know if she was abused by Epstein, though, okay? And let me just tell you guys, and again, I'm not going to I can't say that she wasn't, but for whatever reason, I got alarm bells talking to Juliet Bryant. That was like, something about it seemed like, I don't know, it very different than all of the other Epstein survivors, you know? And then you look and see who's like giving her the time of day, okay? And it is like people like Blair White who are using her to develop some conspiracy theories about Bill Clinton. And so the thing about this, guys, the thing that I'm saying is she is not connected to Sasha, okay? She is not. Juliet is not. But what I'm saying is I have no doubt that Juliet Bryant has been abused horrifically. But I'm not sure if what she thinks happened with Epstein really happened, or if it is just part of her trauma response. Because when I interacted with Juliet Bryant, when I looked at her stories, I had my alarm bells were going off that were like, you know, that go off when I am around like active trauma, but not necessarily like when people are as an SA survivor, much of my life was me living in my active trauma. And then once I got a bunch of healing done, I started living in the survivor's healing work, okay? And there's a difference, right? When I was in active trauma, I made up a lot of, I made up a lot of like narratives about my life and about what had happened to me that weren't necessarily true. And then what's interesting is when I actually started healing my trauma, what became apparent is that I don't really remember a lot of the trauma itself. I don't have a lot of information about the actual abuse, but like my relationship changed. I became far less dramatic. I became far more focused and resolved, and like a lot of the craziness disappeared when you're living in healing, right? And when you're living in your trauma, shit is a lot of crazy. Now, somebody said, why do I care? Okay, so the important thing about this, guys, is like each of us is going to have a path of interacting with the Epstein files and with the Epstein case, because a lot of us are abused, okay? And now what's hard about this, guys, is we live in a time of non-reality. And what does that mean? What that means is anytime there's a video that people don't want to believe, we say, oh, it's AI, right? We live to dismiss things that don't support our narrative now, because we all live in social media narrative-based thinking, okay, where everybody's operating from a narrative. And now everybody wants Donald Trump to be guilty. And so the crazier and more salacious the story, the more we think it's going to incriminate him, and the more we all want to buy into it because we think it's going to lead to his downfall. But what I'm saying is we do have to be careful, okay? We have to be careful, guys, because the people that want to hide behind this are going to try to feed us the false narratives, okay? We have two enemies. We have one enemy is the people that are hiding his guilt, okay? Whatever photos and details and shit they have in those files. There are people actively hiding Donald Trump's guilt. But the second thing we have, guys, is they're trying to make us believe fake shit so then they can debunk the fake shit, and then the real shit will be stuff that we doubt, which is, look what is going on with 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗏, okay? We saw 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗏 get murdered, and then we saw some videos they released later that people have dismissed as AI, and now people don't even know what the truth is anymore about 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗏, but they have sort of created enough doubt in us that, like, we're living on a non-reality about the 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗏 situation, and it literally was something we all witnessed. So yeah, there are traumatized people that may feed into the Jeffrey Epstein thing, and it may feel very healing for them to be a part of it, and maybe they're not a part of it. And then maybe there are some people that are a part of it that aren't coming forward. I mean, it's just, I don't go all in until I see corroboration, okay? And so I will believe the survivors. Like, I'm not going to say that Sasha was making up their trauma, because they're not. I'm just not sure if Sasha's trauma is actually connected to Jeffrey Epstein. I have seen some very glaring looking things in there, some glaring details in there that don't add up, and I got a lot of alarm bells. Now, if you didn't get alarm bells, I think that's great. And then maybe you need to be investigating that and putting those things together. But I got a lot of alarm bells. And I've only gotten alarm bells so far with 2 people. And it's been Sasha Riley and that Juliet person. Okay? Those are the only 2 people that I have gotten alarm bells yet in this entire case, guys. Okay? Those are the only 2 people I've gotten alarm bells for. And it's because of, I don't know. It's part of it is the way that they're releasing the Epstein files. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but remember they released the shit about the baby being thrown overboard, and we had the limo driver. Remember the limo driver? Boy, he sure hasn't, like, really checked out. He had a couple details. He did know a girl who, like, you know, unalived herself in Oklahoma and shit. But, like, right? So I don't know if you've noticed, but their technique thus far, the Trump admin, has been to release the really salacious FBI tip reports, which are not necessarily the shit they've investigated and corroborated, okay? And so like, I think what we need to do, guys, is we need to report on this stuff responsibly, which means we do need to look at some of this shit, and the really racy shit that's out there, we have to view it with, like, also seeking the corroboration as though this were a criminal trial. Because, guys, what I don't want is, I don't want, like, the real shit to come out and then nobody believes it because we've cried wolf 50 times, okay? Because I guarantee you there's real shit in there, guys. Right? Yes, right? I mean, what Bethel says right there, if they can discredit the files themselves, they can discredit the allegations with Trump. And so I believe that they are actively like leading us with some of the fakest, like, most outrageous shit in there, hoping we go all in on this. And then eventually they're going to release, well, here's where we investigated and discovered that shit was false. And so I think, guys, you ready for this? I think we need to be very careful with how we report until it's all out. Okay? Once it is all out there and we have the whole picture, then we can really, like, I just think we got to be responsible. And I think a lot of people are. A lot of people are being responsible. I think if you have noticed, guys, if you have noticed thus far, Sasha Riley and that Juliet Bryant, I think both of them have not yet gotten like full like mainstream. They haven't full mainstreamed yet. Okay. And they have spent a lot of time, guys. Remember, they had 1,000 FBI agents working on this, 1,000 people working on this. And they went through and they found every time Trump's name was mentioned, every piece of information mentioned to Trump, and they are very strategically putting this shit out. And I think we do have to question it. Now, that being said, okay, we have that ginormous disclaimer. There are a couple of things that screamed at me today that weren't the salacious shit. Okay, we'll get to the salacious shit, which again, a lot of that salacious stuff, guys, is FBI tip reports. Okay, now tip reports, they are just that. Tip reports are sometimes they're actual real tips. Sometimes they're a person with mental health issues that has been watching Juice by Tappy and is like convinced that their neighbor is part of this Epstein ring and that they fucking heard people being sacrificed and they saw Epstein get out of the car and they're like, you know, you got to get over to my neighbor's house right now. That shit, I mean, talk to detectives. Just Google stories about detectives and tip lines. Okay, the tip reports are not always accurate. Okay, and they are releasing the tip reports, guys. They're releasing the craziest fucking shit. And I think they're doing that intentionally. So I think we need to like err on the caution as to how wrapped up we get. And we have to require a like evidentiary standard of proof, you know? And it's hard though, guys. You know why it's hard? Here's why it's hard. Because, you ready for this, guys? Because, like, the people that are making videos know that salacious stuff leads to a lot of clicks and views and, like, mayhem. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I'm trying to be responsible about this, and I'm trying to not just go full click heavy. And I know some people get upset. And you like, because I don't really want to sensationalize this too much. You know what I'm saying? And like, because I really want these guys to come to justice. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Dude, oh shit, Bradshaw. Yeah, dude. Hold on to that. I'm not going to look at that right now, but we will. But there's two things I want to talk, guys, because two very important things happened today, guys. And number one, we got to talk about Lutnick, okay? Yes, we got to be prudent. We got to be sensible because we got to pretend we are the prosecutors of this case, okay? And guys, you know what this is? Okay, what this is all my friends are lawyers, okay? Everybody I went to college with, like 95% of them are lawyers. If I had stayed in college, I would have become a lawyer. So I am looking at this shit like I am the prosecuting attorney and we are going after fucking Donald Trump. But dude, we have a problem here. Lutnick
opens the door.
Has a problem, okay? Lutnick. Right now, two major lies got exposed today. One is Howard Lutnick. Number two is Elon Musk, okay? Howard Lutnick lived next door to Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm not sure, guys, but I have heard that Epstein like sold Lutnick a property for cheap. Let's see if there's some corroboration here. Did Epstein sell Lutnick property? I believe he sold Lutnick property. So, okay. So what it was is he did not sell property to Howard Lutnick, but he was involved in the series of transactions. Okay? So an Epstein company linked to Les Wexner. So a company linked to Wexner purchased the house. Then the property was transferred to a trust that Epstein was the trustee. Then Epstein sold the property to Comet Trust for $6.2 million. Okay. And then Comet Trust sold the property to Howard Lutnick for $7.6 million. Okay. So now there's even misinformation about this. Okay, because there is a story online that's saying Epstein sold the property to Lutnick for $10, and Lutnick sold this property for millions. But guys, this is what we're dealing with. Now, a story like that is not going to get Lutnick in trouble. It's going to make you not believe true shit about Lutnick, because we've all been chasing around fake stories. Okay, so this is why we got to be careful. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And scroll up a bit. What do you mean? All right. So Epstein did not, but this is wild. Okay, that the property went through, right? That Wexner's company purchased the property, transferred it to a trust that Epstein was involved in. Then Epstein used that trust to sell the property to another trust, and then that trust sold the property to Lutnick. So the property went Wexner, Epstein, Trust, Lutnick. Okay? So that's weird, right? That Lutnick got his. Okay. Now, you may think just random circumstances. Okay, that of course, Wexner owned the property next to it. So yeah, he bought the neighborhood property. Believable. But here's where it gets weird, guys, because then we have Lutnick who goes online and he does this interview. And Lutnick says, you know what? Yeah, I live next door to Jeffrey Epstein. I met him once, but look at what Lutnick says about meeting him.
He opens the doors and there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Ooh. And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage?
Massage? Oh.
And he says, every day. Oh. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Oh, weirdly
and
close.
He says,
every day.
Right kind of massage. Ooh. Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me. And I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go.
We have to go.
And we left.
Oh.
And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person.
Never.
Ever again.
Look at that.
So I was never in the room.
Look at that. Wow.
Socially. For business. Or even philanthropy.
No philanthropy.
I wasn't going because he's gross.
Okay.
And so I look back at it as a gift.
Yes.
He gave me a gift.
He did.
Of a voice.
Yeah, right off the bat.
Yeah. So that's my story. A 1 and absolutely.
So look at that.
Absolutely done.
A 1 and absolutely done. So for those of you, if you got shell-shocked during Lutnick's rousing story there, to sum it up, Lutnick moves in next to Jeffrey Epstein after that weird, totally unrelated series of events. Lutnick ends up buying this house that Wexner had bought and transferred to a trust controlled by Epstein, who sold it to another trust, who sold it to Lutnick. Lutnick becomes Epstein's neighbor, and he goes over there one day. Hi, neighbor. Hey, I just moved in next door. What's going on here? And he's like, whoa. The first thing he sees is a massage table. Oh, yeah, I saw a massage table. Jeffrey got in my face. Oh, I get the right kind of massage every day. Right? And he's like, whoa, dude. Him and his wife, they're out. Never again. No business, no social, no philanthropy. I one and done. I went in my neighbor's house and was like, wow, dude, that guy's a creep. Well, today, we find an email, okay? And look at this email from Howard Lutnick to Jeffrey Epstein and somebody else. Jeff, we are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart's on Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is the exact location for my captain? The Sunday evening dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children, 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard. And Jeffrey Epstein writes back and says, come Saturday or Sunday lunch, Little St. James on the map behind Christmas Cove. And then Leslie Groff, I guess, is responding to other people. FYI, we'll let y'all know what he says. So look at what was going on. Is Lutnick is communicating with people, with Jeff and Leslie Groff, and then Leslie is communicating with Epstein. But like, wow, he wasn't one and done. In fact, he was talking about coming to the island with Epstein. And like, wow, that's a little different, isn't it, guys? There you go. Now you notice, though, how there's like a layer of insulation where they will talk to Leslie and Leslie will talk to Jeff, and then Jeff will talk to Leslie and Leslie will talk to them. Like, even that lack of direct contact, I think, is interesting. That Leslie Groff, and again, Leslie Groff is one of the 4 lieutenants who got, immunity via that non-prosecution agreement from Alex Acosta, Trump's labor secretary. And now we have Howard Lutnick, who, right? And what is he? Right? He is the Secretary of Commerce. So again, we have a Trump cabinet member, okay, that is, right? We have a Trump cabinet member that is now lied about his connection to Donald, to Jeffrey Epstein. And apparently he's like, arranging to go be on the island with him. Okay. Right. And right. You know what I mean? He was talking about it. Seemed like Epstein was a unifier of normie rich people and degenerate rich people. Yeah, see, guys, I'll be honest with you. I am still trying to figure out, like, what Epstein actually did. And this is the thing that is so bizarre, okay, is when you look at Epstein and you look at him, he was wealthy as fuck. But he didn't have a job. He never did anybody's taxes. He never, right? There's no like paper trail of what he actually did or how he actually had all this wealth. He was like an executor, like a power of attorney over Les Wexner's money. And then Les Wexner later said, oh, he took all my money. He took a bunch of my money. But mostly, like, we don't know. We know that, like, all of these guys are going to his island and they're all like, he was involved in, the Ivory Coast and, the former prime minister of Israel and fucking the presidents of the United States. And Peter Thiel and Elon Musk say they talked to him about taxes. But if you look at Peter Thiel, it doesn't really seem like Peter Thiel talked to him about taxes. I mean, we know that Epstein was involved in surveillance, okay? You saw his room with surveillance, with all the cameras, and then in the Ivory Coast, they sold surveillance. Him and Ehud Barak sold surveillance to the Ivory Coast government. Peter Thiel is in surveillance. So, I don't know. It's just a big mystery about this guy. But this, guys, is really crazy because look at this. This is 2012, okay? So this is after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested for, his involvement with minors and after his, prostitution charges. He is hanging out with Lutnick. Lutnick is arranging to go to the island, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like, they're talking about kids. another couple, and each of us has 4 children. Now, I don't think he's pimping out his children, right? I pronounced Ehud Barak perfect. Dude, I do. I know. Dude, I like saying his name, boss. Dude, I like saying those Hebrew names. They're great. And in college, I was in a fraternity that was like all Jewish guys. So I got like an introduction into Jewish culture. Dude, it's fascinating. Like religious cultures. I mean, guys, I have not really gotten deep into Muslim culture yet. I'm hoping at some point I get to know more about Muslim culture. But obviously, I grew up around evangelical Christianity, and I saw that. And then I went to college and was in a Jewish fraternity, and I saw that. And I've known a couple Muslim people, but like they're not like, I don't know, they don't sell their faith like, you know, like Christians do. Christians are like up in your shit. And the Jewish people are mostly like, they're more like their religion is like a big inside joke they all share. And if you ask them, they'll bring you in and tell you a little bit, but they don't really push it. But like the Muslims I've known at the other Abrahamic religion are pretty like, they're pretty like DL about it. They don't like, you know, which is wild because the Christians make it seem like the Muslims are trying to take over. But every Muslim I've ever known has never talked to me about everything but religion, you know? But yes, so something about Jeffrey Epstein, though, was like, I don't know, he was involved in something, you know? You know what I mean? Yeah, dude, the far-right Muslim shit is crazy. Should come hang out with you in Dearborn. Yeah, I'd like to learn more about the Muslim culture, you know, like, and not just like reading about it on Wikipedia, but actually like fucking seeing it. But guys, this is really problematic here, okay? Because, you know, he said he met Epstein in 2005, and he said he'd never be in the room with that disgusting person again. And yet right away, we see that this guy was like going to the island, okay? Right? He remained in contact for years, and he was discussing going to the island, okay? Right? And then look at this, okay? Here's one. Okay, lunch on Sunday, see you then. And then Leslie Groff to Matthew Lutnick and to Howard Lutnick, right? And like Matthew Lutnick, Howard Lutnick, Candace. Matthew and Candace, might you be able to give blank a few more details regarding lunch this Sunday? Do you know if it will just be Howard and his wife? Any kids coming along? Will they arrive J.E.'s Island via their boat? Around what time is good for them? If you could pass along when you know, that would be great. Thanks, Leslie. And Howard is lunch on Sunday. So, dude, from this, it looks like Lutnick was at the island. Okay? Right? And yeah, dude, did you see, though, like his story? Did you see how Lutnick's story, this story that he told, wait, where is it? Okay, hold on. We're going to duplicate this. I got to keep my windows open because this story that he told here, Lutnick's story was very specific, guys. Like, I saw the massage table, right? You see how he like, I saw the massage table in the middle of the room. First off, no, he didn't. Jeffrey's massage table was up in the massage room, okay? And I don't believe he brought his neighbor who came over once. I don't think Jeffrey took him up to the massage room and was like, I get a massage every day. Dude, if you read about Jeffrey, you learn about him. Jeffrey was a manipulator. He was a fucking, like a Svengali at gaslighting and being like, you know, an operator. Dude, yeah, Nutlick is like, oh, I saw the massage table. He was very creepy. Oh, I got out of there. Dude, come on, man. Right? This is a con. Dude, Bryce, let's go. Dude, Bryce, we were talking about you earlier. Dude, our resident Brooklyner. And when we were talking about the job market, we were talking about you. Bryce is in the chat. Let's go. About like, there's other people in the chat that are fucking are hard at work. You got bored and ranked every song I made? No way, dude. Oh, dude, that I want to see. Dude, Bryce got bored and ranked all my songs. Dude, Bryce's ranking list is amazing, dude. Oh shit, boss. That sounds amazing. You should put it in Discord, right? Dude, I love it. Oh shit. Dude, Bryce does the crazy rankings. He is like formidable in rankings. Lower East Side. Dude, wait, Worthy, you live in the Lower East Side? Let's go. Don't hurt my dad's feelings. Dude, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. I have a pretty good relationship with my music. I'm detached from that. Can I just tell you though, guys, that like, you know what's funny? You know how we were talking about Sasha Riley, and you know how we were talking about Juliet Bryant? Can I just tell you guys that for me, before I got healed, I used to live out my trauma in my relationship to my creativity, where like if you said something bad about my music, I heard you saying something bad about me, and like it's crazy. Like that kind of shit changed. Like your boundaries and your relationship to things change. You know what I'm saying? So he sent me the list. Here we go. All right, so it looks like his list, though, is only the Wanteds. All right? Bryce's list is only the Wanteds, which is not including the songs we listen to here. Yeah, dude, Bryce, you should include, I should give you Full-Blown Red. Yeah, no, I know. Let me give you access. I'm going to get you access. So we're going to hold this list for now. Actually, I'm going to keep it private. I'm going to get you access. I'm going to put some MP3s in the Discord tomorrow. All right? So you can have access to the other shit, right? Dude, let's go. Dude, his list is pretty good. So he's got Something Boring on number 20. I buy that. Dude, I think Limitless and Confess are underranked. I disagree. Right? Too Soon for Always. It's a good song. I like that. Gravity. He's got Gravity at number 2 and Ladysmith at number 3. Perfect number 4. Those are actually all pretty good calls, dude. Dude, Gravity's a powerful one. You know? So yeah. I'm gonna get him some access, and we're gonna get into that. And then when we get everything together, we'll share it. We'll have a music discussion stream. Amazing, dude. Every song by the Wanteds. Let's go. Oh, shit. Let's go, dude. I love it. Dude, his lists are incredible. Dude. So, yeah. So, back on topic, dude. Lutnick. Yeah, abolish ICE. Agreed. What, Spotify? So Spotify, what do you mean? Spotify's a music service. Oh, you mean what's on Spotify? When you can see the way they all look at each other when they're talking about Epstein, they're terrified of Trump slipping the wrong thing out. Yeah, guys, something about this. So Bradshaw, he sent me the list in a private Discord. We're not going to put it public until we get him the other songs. All right? And I have not listened to that version of Shiny Toy Guns. He sent it on private Discord. But once I get him the other shit and he compiles the final list, I will make it public and we can discuss it, because he is really good at lists. Like, dude, his music list, like Bryce will be like my top 100 bands. You're not in the Discord. It's in the description of the live, right? Dude, I know you had to get out. It's a different Discord though now. It's like now that the gamers are gone, the Discord is way better now. Dude, and I'm about to make it public too. So it'll be searchable, so you won't even need a link. But yeah, dude, Lutnick, guys, this story is fucking bullshit. And the other thing about this story though, guys, can I tell you, did you notice with this story that did you notice her reaction too? Like her reaction was really weird, where she's like, oh, really? Oh, really? Like, right? Like, oh, yeah, right? Like, her reaction was like, yes, I'm believing everything you tell me. right? She was just way too agreeable. Okay. And guys, this is why I am like hard on the Juliette Bryants and the Sasha Riley stories of the world. Okay. Because we don't want to be compliant to everything people tell us necessarily. You know what I'm saying? No, I think he joined, and we got to figure out what the roles were, right? Should you be on YouTube or Discord? You should be on both. Like Discord. So what it is, guys, for those of you that are like boomers and don't have a relationship with Discord, here's what Discord is, guys. Is stream, we have the chat. We're all hanging out. All Discord is it's the stream chat 24 hours a day. That's what Discord is. It's a stream chat where you can go in there and people will be talking about the news. People from this community that are in stream every night are in the Discord talking about the news, and they'll be the ones talking about fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm in there sometimes like sharing a news cycle, or they're pinging me, and sometimes I'm replying while I'm editing and shit. And right? You know what I'm saying? So Discord is cool. It's like a stream chat 24 hours a day. But yeah, guys, this is fucking wild, bro. This is wild. Okay? So Lutnick has some explaining to do, right? Because Lutnick and his nice, cool little story, dude, he's fucking lying about this shit. Dude, Lutnick went to the island, okay? Lutnick went to the island, guys. All right? And right? Dude, his story, suspect. Lutnick is busted, bro. Lutnick is busted. Now, the other guy who got busted, guys, is fucking Musk, okay? Number 2, caught in a big rock. Number 2. All right, hold on one sec here. Let me just do this real quick. Are you in the Discord now, boss? Dude, yeah, no, they are. They are like big liars. Okay. Dude, Pandora. Oh my God. I remember Pandora. Dude, just so you know, the Wanted's music, there's links down below, and there are there is, I have 2 records on Spotify and Apple Music, and they're also on YouTube Music. All right, I'm just taking care of. There it is. That's what it was. It was Boss Jr. was the role. There it is. Do you want me to change the name, or do you have was that your name previously, or is that part of the role? Right? You're good? Yeah. There it is. Yeah, got you. There you go. There's your role back. And you should be listed on the sidebar too, right? Hold on one sec here. Do you want it? Do you want it? Do you want it like seen? Right? Do you want it seen on the sidebar or no? Do you want it? Do you want to appear on the sidebar of the server? Right? I can have it like separate, right? Where you show up in the sidebar, or you want it? Okay, there we go. And do you want any people to be able to at you? You want anybody to be able to at you? That's the other thing is. Last question is allow anyone to at mention you. Yay or nay? And yes. Okay, perfect. All right, there we go. So there we go. There it is. Let's go. All right. Boom, boom. Let's go. All right, you're in. Dude. So, oh. Yeah. So, dude, I feel like these liars, like, are we going to talk about this? Is there going to be a Lutnick interview to discuss him going to the island? I mean, doesn't that need to happen? And the other guy that we need to talk about is Elon Musk. Okay? And look at this, man. So here's what we got, dude. We have Elon's brother, Kimball, being warned, and Elon Musk fucking being connected. Okay? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Dude, right? I mean, look at this. Look at this email. Dude, there's some crazy shit going on. Hold on. Dude, let me go to the bathroom and we're going to come back. We're going to do the Elon Musk. And then I'm probably going to go make some videos. I think we're going to have a little bit of Epstein like every day. And we're going to not get it all in tonight. Okay? Because we spent a couple of hours talking about the stress related to the election and shit. Right? And I'll be back in 1 minute. Let me go pee. BRB. All right. Dude, what are we saying? Be careful. Did somebody say be careful in Discord? Dude, Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter's Discord logs being used against him. Dude, elevator music. I could. I'll put on the Wanteds. There we go. Or I'll put on Full Blown Red. I'll be right back. And no, I did not take a Trump, right? No, I was hanging out with Jenny. I didn't take a Trump though, right? I do sometimes take a Trump, right? I do, because like I'm on a weird schedule. If I wake up at 7 p.m., my trumping will happen during the stream, right? But I was not trumping today. Need you. You know I do. Take a Trump. Trumping. All right, let's go. Dude, Donald Trump. All right, so dude, Elon has some fucking explaining to do, boss. Okay, because look at this shit. Is that me on the cover of Let Go Afterglow? That is me in 2004, right? 22 years ago. And that was a room in the house I lived in that like me and my friend Nandi, right? She worked at Buffalo Exchange, which is a clothing store here. And she was a good friend of mine. And her friend and I went shopping at the Goodwill bins for about a week. And I got the suit from a friend of mine who worked in a used clothing store. And we set that room up and we created that album cover. It was like a 2-week process, and Nandi took the photographs. And then I believe she moved to Los Angeles. I haven't spoken to her in years, but it was a process. It was a journey, right? It was a journey. Wearing the hat from the Inherent Media picture. The Inherent Media picture. Oh, what hat is that? Oh, yeah. No, that's the winter hat, the blue one. Yeah, no, that's a good one. Right? That's a good one. Yeah. But yeah, no, that picture was pretty intense. For those of you who are wondering what the picture is, here, I'll show you. Let Go Afterglow. The Wanteds. Here you go. Here's the album cover. Okay. This is me. All right. Right. There it is. That is a room. Okay, just so you know, we put butcher paper on the walls, but we spray painted it and filled it with colored lights and a smashed TV set. There's all kinds of shit. That was me in 2004. It was pretty crazy, right? And then inside the photos, right, inside the booklet are a bunch of photos. And you can order them. There are, if you want, they're pretty expensive because I don't have that many left. So I do send signed cards, like signed postcards with copies of this album. And they have all the lyrics in it and shit, but they're at actingliketommie.com. They will be available on the Political Punk site when I get that going, which will be sometime this spring, I think. But there's a bunch of pictures of me in there. It's pretty amazing. It was quite a journey, dude. It was a revolutionary experience to make that record. It was pretty wild. And then I toured the country and then this is like right before I got Bryce's mom pregnant and before Bryce showed up. Like I had started working on this in 2004, right? I recorded this in 2003. And then in 2004, we made the record, like did all the art and shit. And then I met Bryce's mom and then she got pregnant like right before I went on tour. And then I like toured for like a year until Bryce was like 6 months old. And then I stopped touring. So yeah, pretty crazy though. Pretty crazy adventure. It's a good record though, dude. It is a good record. And I mean, there's other shit at the site, right? Oh, somebody's selling one on eBay, right? There it is. That's crazy, right? That somebody's selling it on eBay. Crazy. All right. Yeah, there it is, dude. Oh, shit, boss. Yeah. You can kind of see my face in the picture. All right. Somebody's eBaying that shit. Oh, shit, dude. There it is. You ready? There's the back. The back of it. Right? There it is. All songs written, performed, and recorded by Tommy Harrington, except Drunken Angel by Lucinda Williams. There it is. The little handwritten set list. And then there is it looks like they have another one that is a picture of the front cover itself. Right? Pretty wild. All right. Let's go. You didn't see any CDs on my site for sale at actingliketommie.com? Yeah, they're for sale. Right? You go there. It's like this website is not very like together, but there's t-shirts and there's the Let Go Afterglow collector's edition, right? And then there's Failure Looks So Good, right? And there's stuff from Dick Strange. There's all kinds of merch here, but I have to redo this. You know, I'll be redoing it when I make the because I'm going to sell this shit on Political Punk too, right? They aren't in the music section. The Wanteds. Yeah, if you click on the Wanteds. Oh no, the music, the music just talks about it and gives you links to it. It's in the shop, right? Yeah, they're in the shop. But if you go and click on the Wanteds, we have t-shirts, Failure Looks So Good, the Wanted shirts, we have wristbands, and then we have the tour poster, right? And then we have the collector's edition CD. The CDs are expensive because there's not many of them left. And when they're gone, they're gone. I don't know that I'm ever going to do another pressing. I do have the files. I could do another pressing. So who knows? We'll see. But there's Failure Looks So Good, which is a good record, right? I think there's some good shit here. That's actingliketommie.com for those of you that are interested. That's left over from my gaming site. All right. And then those of you also, I have another website, guys, too. That is TommyHarrington.net. Okay. And that is a site of me when I was a film director, which if you go to TommyHarrington.net, you see what I was doing before this, where it talks a little bit about the music. You can watch the documentary. And then I have there's links to other shit, the film I made and music videos I've done and some other shit I directed and etc. That was my film site. Okay. This is, and yes, this is a website I did as well, right? These are all my photographs and my film stuff. This was the life I was doing before. Dude, I love this picture. Dude, that's amazing. So you see my photography and shit, right? And that is Bryce. He was in a movie that I did that's on there as well. And there's a little life story. There's me as a kid, a little story about like who I am, etc. But yeah, so right? Yeah, no, it's a good website, dude. It's I've lived some lives, boss. All right. I've definitely lived some lives. We've been out there, boss. We've been out there. We out here, bro. I love that somebody's selling it on eBay, dude. And shit. All right. There you go. There you go. There you go. Dude, let's go. Yeah, the documentary. Yeah, the documentary's crazy. You love popping in here and spurring random conversations. Yeah, dude, you know what's funny? Is like there are just some days where we have a bunch of random fucking conversations, right? All right. Peace, Bryce. Good luck on the job hunts. Yeah, dude, we do some tangents. Because, guys, I'm going to be honest. This isn't just a politics channel. Dude, this is political punk. So part of this is politics. And part of this is the punk DIY lifestyle. which is, like, I don't know, living a life that is lived on your own terms. You know what I'm saying, guys? And I think there's something to be said for that. That, like, because I think, you ready for this? Here's what I think. I think politics is living and living is political. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think, like, life, because politics isn't about government. It's about power. Okay? And our lives are lived on various scales of power. Whether you have it, sometimes you have it and sometimes you don't. But, like, you're constantly in environments where you're seeking power, you are generating power, and yeah, it's local, right? There's politics in your family, in your friend group, in your neighborhood, in your city, in your state, in your cultural community, in your, right? There's politics in the job you work at. It's everywhere because politics is just power. Like, who has it and how other people, like, how people, like, dole it out. I think one of the things, when my relationship with politics really changed was being a parent, guys, because there's no better way to learn about politics than being a parent, because you have so much power over that kid and or kids, and how you disseminate it, how you, like, mete out power, how you manage having it is, like, really interesting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, when people say leave politics out of this, it's like politics isn't everything, man. You just scooped up a collector CD. Let's go, Bass Notes. Let's go, boss. Dude, that shit, we'll get that out there, bro. And guys, I am going to be getting a post office box again pretty soon. I had one during the Fortnite days, but I'm going to be getting an active post office box because I have been getting people who say they want to send me t-shirts or hats or whatever. And so we're going to do that. All MAGA parents are proving me wrong at this very moment. Yeah, dude, see, MAGA parents, like, you see this. MAGA parents, they control their kids. They expect their kids to be just like them, and they're not good parents. I hate to say it, dude. MAGA parents, they're not good parents. You show me every MAGA fucking parent, and I'm telling you, they're gonna fake like they're happy. They're not really discussing what's going on, and their kids are not allowed to be individuals. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Dude, them are fighting words. It's true. Dude, it's true. Oh, let's go, dude. You guys are buying the CDs. Let's go. Dude, I love the CDs. Dude, they're good, man. Yeah, controlling. Dude, they're controlling. Yeah, well, yeah, they hate college because college is going to potentially, the kids going to get their own, they're going to get their own mind, dude. I mean, I had a pretty simple rule as parenting, and my simple rule was this, okay? Here was my parenting rule. You ready? It wasn't necessarily spelled out, but the unwritten rule, I think, of being a parent was that I didn't necessarily know, like, what I was doing, and I was pretty open about that because there's no manual for how to be a parent. And so I didn't have a lot of rules to begin with. But for the most part, okay, if my kid took issue with a rule and he could show me how that rule was, like, unnecessary or that thing was unnecessary, then I was open to changing it. He had arguing power. You know what I'm saying? Right? And you know what I'm saying? Like, arguing power. Won't see what? Children don't belong to parents? Yeah, no, they don't. Like, I think parents are supposed to discover their kids. Right? But my kid definitely had negotiating power over his own existence. But all right, guys, we got to stay focused. I got to finish this. We got to finish this in 30 minutes. Definitely almost an attorney. Yeah, no, if I had stayed in the straight world, I would have been a lawyer. I did. There's a college up here called Lewis and Clark. And in 2002, you ready? 2002, 2 years before Let Go Afterglow, that album that we just looked at, the touring, 2 years before Let Go Afterglow, I was dating a woman from New York. She was from Rye, New York. Rye is a suburb that is north of Manhattan. Okay, it's up in Westchester County, right? And so I was dating a girl named 𝗙rie. We lived together in that house that I filmed that Let Go Afterglow shit. And I had a midlife crisis. I was 33 years old. I was just trying to get sober. Me and 𝗙rie got sober together. And I was like, dude, I'm going to go back to college. I'm going to go to Lewis and Clark. I'm going to go to law school. And so I had my transcript sent up from UCLA. And two things happened. One is I discovered that I actually left UCLA for no reason, guys, because I'll tell you the story another time, but I left UCLA. I quit college because I thought I got an incomplete when I slept through a final and my professor went on sabbatical and he was gone. So my incomplete was turning to an F. And so I was like, fuck it. I have an F in my major core group. I'm quitting. Fuck this. I'm going to go play rock and roll. 20 years later, I fucking had my transcript sent up and I found out that it never went. I didn't get it never went to an F. It was still an incomplete. So I didn't have to quit college for whatever reason. He went on sabbatical. I quit under false pretenses. And so that was number one when I had my UCLA transcript set up because I was going to go to Lewis and Clark. I was going to go to law school. But then 𝗙rie stepped in and she talked me out of it. And she said, no, Lewis and Clark, like the explorers, the Portland explorers. She talked me out of it. She said, I understand you're having a midlife crisis now, and I think you would make a great lawyer. Don't get me wrong, like you are built to be a lawyer, but I don't think it's really what you want to do. I think you are not done with music yet. And it would happen because I was in between. I didn't have a band. I was lost between projects. A year later, me and 𝗙rie broke up and I started the Wanteds and I ended up touring the country. So yes, 𝗙rie, like we did break up before I did that shit, but she did like keep me from going to law school and having in that midlife crisis. And I'm glad she did because the time I had with the Wanteds and then I, of course, got a woman pregnant, had a kid, and then eventually that led me to Jenny, and then the kid and Jenny led me to Fortnite, and Fortnite led me to Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate led me here. And here we are, guys. And it all started because like 𝗙rie talked me out of going to Lewis and Clark, all right, to law school, right? There you go. Oh, shit. Isn't that crazy? Dude. The Nonce Party, yes. Dude, by the way, I got a strike on my TikTok because of that Andrew Tate video. Dude, TikTok screwed me. They deleted the video for community guidelines violation, and then when I appealed it, they gave me a strike. They were like, all right, now we're giving you a strike. Dude, I was like, what? Bro, dude, all right, we got to cover this, though. We got 20 minutes. Dude. So here we go, guys. Elon Musk. Okay, look at this, dude. Elon Musk. Okay. Remember how Elon Musk said he refused to go to Epstein's island? Elon Musk said Jeffrey wanted him to go to the island, and he's like, oh no, I refused. Jeffrey tried to get me there. I refused. There was no way I was getting involved with Jeffrey. Well, what do we find? We find Elon's a liar. Look at this shit, dude. Elon messages saying we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Epstein says any day, 1st through the 8th, play it by ear if you want. Always space for you, Elon Musk. Elon says the 2 or 3 would be perfect. I will come and get you. Elon says, probably the first. Okay, probably the first then. And then Jeffrey says, I'll come and get you. Elon says I have to fly back to the night of the 2nd. And he says I could fly back early on the 3rd. We'll be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island? And then I think Jeffrey forgot about him. But isn't that wild? Dude, Elon, but it gets crazier. Okay, because not only do we find out that Elon's arranging this shit to go to Epstein Island, and in fact, he's not refusing. Epstein is not talking him into it. But guys, it gets crazier because look at this shit. Okay, we saw this one with the exchange. This was the one we just saw. But look at this email from Elon to Epstein on Christmas. This is on Christmas Day right here. And he says, okay, Elon, on Christmas Eve, Epstein says, you're welcome to stay or just come for the day. Plenty of room. I will send a helicopter to get you. And Elon replies on Christmas and says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year. And so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I am looking for. Oh, Elon! Oh, come here, Elon! Understood. I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make 𝗙𝗏 a little uncomfortable. And so look at this, though. The ratio on my island might make 𝗙𝗏 uncomfortable. Now, what does that mean? Okay, because 𝗙𝗏 is his girlfriend, right? You know what I'm saying? Like Elon and 𝗙𝗏, right? I guess her name was actually Tallulah, right? Elon, but he spelled it wrong. Okay, so Elon and Tallulah was this girl. This is Elon Musk and this woman. Okay, but like Epstein says, the ratio on my island might make Tallulah uncomfortable. So what is that, the ratio? Like, that was making me wonder, is it because there's a whole bunch of guys on the island? Right? Was it a bunch of dudes on the island? Was it a bunch of children? Right? Was it like 3 girls and 10 dudes? Is that the ratio? No, I'm thinking the guys were outnumbering. Right? Wouldn't she be uncomfortable if it was like 4 girls and 15 dudes? Or why would she be uncomfortable if there were a lot of females? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know which that would be, right? I was thinking if it was Tallulah and 3 other girls and there were like 15 dudes, she might be uncomfortable, right? Or do you think the ratio means the age? I don't know, man. It's a little hard to rate with that, okay? But yeah, I don't know. But I think there's something about that is like, it means something, right? Age ratio. Yeah, it is coded. It is coded for sure. And that was the thing that I was wondering because what I was not like, you know, I was thinking that the ratio, like if she was there and there were a bunch of Epstein male visitors, that they might have expectations of her or something. Or maybe she'd be uncomfortable because there's 20 fucking underage girls all running around topless. I mean, it could go either way, right? But obviously I've not really seen ratio. Like, I don't use the word ratio with age. I do use the word ratio, though, with apportionment, right? Like, 20 guys and 2 girls is a bad ratio. I've never used the word ratio to describe age. For me, ratio's an apportionment thing. So that made me think that it was something to do with the apportionment of people on the island, the ratio of women to men, which could either be 3 women and 20 dudes, or it could be 20 topless girls and like 5 dudes. And then maybe she's going to be worried because Elon's going to be looking at all these other girls, right? It could be either of, or it could be an age thing, I suppose. I just have never used the word ratio in an age realm like that. But it is some coded language, and where basically it looks like Elon wanted to go to the island and he wanted a wild party, and it looks like Epstein like put the brakes on. And guys, this is very different, okay? Because Elon significantly told us that Epstein begged him to go to the island and Elon took the high road. And now we're seeing that Elon was desperately trying to go to an Epstein party on the island, specifically looking for something wild and crazy because he was on the edge of sanity. And Epstein's the one who's like, no, let's just meet at St. Bart's. Like, if you're bringing your woman, I don't think this is going to really work out. So Elon was trying to get in there, boss. Elon was trying for some of that. Now, where it gets weirder, guys, okay, is let's see if we got the rest of these. Yeah, in the end, he says it's just going to be Tallulah and me. Okay, what night day will be the wildest party on your island? Okay, he's saying how many people will you be for the heli? And then this was earlier. What night will be the wildest party? All right, telling. So not only did Elon like try to get there, but Elon was trying to get in on the wildest party, which means that Elon had heard about Jeffrey Epstein's wild parties, right? You don't ask somebody, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I have like my stodgy business partnering friends, I'm not going to call them up and say, when's your wildest party? I'm only going to ask the people who are known for having wild fucking parties. That is a question that Elon knows that Epstein is known for the parties, okay? Like that is very telling. You don't say that. I have some friends that I might ask, when are you throwing a fucking rager? And then I have some friends that I would never ask that question because they don't throw ragers, okay? You know what I'm saying? And that is very telling. Okay, now it gets deeper though, because this is where it really gets weird. Because now we have Elon's brother, okay, Kimball, which is Elon and Kimball were involved in the very first business. Elon's whatever Zip+2 or whatever it was, his little open source database he modified, and then a whole bunch of them talked compact computers into buying it. That was an Elon Kimball Musk adventure. Kimball was working with Elon when he was an undocumented immigrant who like overstayed a visa. Okay? Let us not forget. And so Kimball, this is really weird, guys, because look at this one. Okay? Kimball replies to Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? Medication use higher among overweight, obese kids. Per our conversation, great to hang out today, Jeffrey and Boris. Many thanks for connecting me with blank. I believe you both played a role. And then he replies, Kimball, FYI, you better be nice to blank. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. And Jeffrey and I better have a special treatment at your ceremony. Great to hang out with you. See you soon. Please keep me posted. Are your travel plans NYC? And so this is Boris replying back. I'm in NYC very often as well. So he replies to Jeffrey and Boris about thanks for connecting me with a girl. And Boris says, you better be good to her. Jeffrey gets mad if you mistreat his girl/friends. Okay. Trafficking anyone? Yeah. Bruv party anyone? And then from Kimball says, I'll be back in NYC for Hollywood weekend. It scares me to imagine what you'll be for Halloween, Boris. I want to see it. Let me know if you'll be there. Seriously, I am very, Jeffrey, message received wide and clear. Okay, that's the message about being good to the girl. Seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Okay, so Boris, he CC'd Jeffrey saying message received, meaning I'm going to be good to Jennifer. Now they didn't redact Jennifer though. Isn't that weird? And guys, they did this on purpose. Okay? Tell me the Trump admin didn't do this on purpose. Okay? Because look at this. She's redacted, and then they leave her unredacted. There's no way that was on purpose because, guys, what do we have? What do we have here? We have this, guys. We have this little nugget. Remember this? Remember? Time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. The real reason they've not been made public. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. But then he deletes it. And he was going to start the America Party, but now he's back on Trump board, spending all the money he can on the midterms and on Trump. Because they're in there, dude. Elon and Kimball, they're involved. And they left her off, so now we can figure out who she is. But, like, that's like a warning shot to Elon, dude. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this was a warning shot to some people. It was a warning shot to Lutnick. It's a warning shot to the Musks. It's a warning shot maybe to everybody else who's in those files. Because simultaneously, while this shit is going on, and while we have Kimball Musk and they leave the fucking Jennifer, now we're going to figure out who that Jennifer is. Okay, everybody's going to research and try and figure out who the Jennifer is. All right, because they're talking about Elon's fucking girl. But guys, look at what Blanche said today, guys. Okay? We got to look at this, what Blanche said. Because he said something very telling, guys. It was this. Okay, so they did a couple of things. You ready? Watch this.
Any depiction of 𝗙CEM or child pornography was obviously excluded. Anything that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. And finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced.
Okay, so that's a weird thing to say unless they have it. Death, physical injury, and then, of course, the 𝗙CEM. But the active federal investigation, guys, that's the part that he slipped in there that is problematic. Now, can I first say that, is there a little conflict of interest here, guys? Because Todd Blanche is Donald Trump's personal fucking lawyer. Why is the second level guy at the DOJ, the guy that's in charge of the Epstein thing, Donald Trump's personal lawyer? Hello? That is a massive conflict of interest. That, like, this guy should be disbarred. Okay? And this whole thing about the federal investigation, there are no federal investigations. Pam Bondi, they closed this shit. Okay? They closed this shit. Right? And then what is he saying?
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute.
But dude, the survivors have talked about the men, guys. Like, come on, man. We know about the men. Like, what are we even talking about, bro?
That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women. If we learn about information and evidence that allows us to prosecute them.
Dude, would they abuse themselves? Fuck nuts.
Better believe we will. But I don't think that the public or you all are going to uncover men within the Epstein files that abuse women, unfortunately.
Dude, but we've already seen the names of co-conspirators. The survivors have talked about the men. And Donald Trump himself did tell Marjorie Taylor Greene that people would be injured. All right, we are going to look at this tomorrow. I'm not going to look at this right now because I have to like, that one with the yellow highlighting I know is pretty racy. And so I'm going to have to go through and I think blur some shit out. We will talk about the yellow highlighted one tomorrow. But guys, the first thing I thought when I saw this today, with the way they're releasing this shit, they're releasing the FBI tip stuff, they're releasing the really racy tabloidy shit, making these crazy claims that many of which probably got followed up on and were found to be false. Okay, they started off with Clinton with these crazy redactions, some of the shit that wasn't even on Epstein's planes, trying to imply guilt. And then they did the whole like Clinton contempt thing. So they're trying to shift it to Clinton. Now they're giving us the racy, crazy shit to see if we'll all bite. Okay. And what's going on, okay, is there's really real shit in there. Like real shit that implicates people. Okay. There is real, like, it's almost like they're trying to destroy the credibility of everything related to Epstein. So when the real shit finally finds its way out, nobody believes it. But I think the Michael Wolff photos are in there, and I think there's still videos, guys. Okay? There's some camera shit. This guy was way too into surveillance. Okay? And they are, somebody said it earlier, if they destroy the credibility of the Epstein files, they destroy the credibility of everything the Epstein files say about their clients. Because the problem here is this guy does not work for the US government. This guy works for Donald fucking Trump, bro. And so does Pam Bondi, and so does Harmeet Dillon, and so does Kash Patel. So nobody in leadership is working for the government or working for the survivors. They are all working for Donald fucking Trump. They are all compromised. Many of them are in it. And I mean, dude, it's crazy, dude. It's even fucking Zampoli, right? Paulo Zampoli. Look at this guy. Look at that. He's the United States Special Representative for Global Partnerships. Huh. That's weird. You know who Paulo Zampoli is, right? This is one of the Trump Epstein guys that introduced Melania to Trump and presumably was like, knew that Melania was with Epstein before she was with Trump, but they try to deny this. But like, dude, here's another Trump Epstein Melania modeling guy that is now has a government position. Like, hello? So we got Lutnick, we got Musk, we got RFK Jr. All right, you ready? Hold on. We got RFK Jr. with Epstein and RFK Jr.'s wife who unalived herself after she found his thing. So we got RFK Jr. and Epstein, Lutnick and Epstein, Elon and Epstein, Thiel and Epstein, Thiel and J.D. Vance and Trump and Lutnick and Elon and RFK Jr. We have Zampoli with a fucking global partnership thing. We have connections to Israel, Ehud Barak and Epstein. We have fucking Alex Acosta, the cabinet the first time around, who was the dude who gave the sweetheart deal, the non-prosecution agreement that protected Leslie Groff, Adriana Ross, Nadia Marcinkova, and Sarah Kellen. And yes, guys, that is the same Leslie Groff that is, where is it? Hold on. Let's go find the Lutnick here. Okay, this woman right here, if you look at Lutnick, Leslie Groff, she has immunity for life via a non-prosecution agreement that was given to her by another of Trump's cabinet members, Alex Acosta, who stepped down. And by the way, guys, Congress why aren't they speaking to Alex Acosta? Why isn't Alex Acosta the center of this thing? Why aren't they bringing in Leslie Groff and Sarah Kellen and all them, right? You know, I mean, yeah, dude, Lepstein Groff was like Epstein's main communicator. She was like, you know, remember Rona, right? Trump's Rona. Trump has Rona, okay? Rona Graff, okay? Rona Graff was Trump's executive assistant, and Lepstein Groff was fucking Lepstein Groff was Epstein's assistant. Isn't that weird? They each had like one person that was their go-between communicators. Essentially, they're like the Rolodex person. So people email Lepstein, emails Jeffrey. There's like a buffer. Dude. So yeah, we're in some deep shit. And I know that Thomas Massey and you know, Ro Khanna are trying to make it so they can see everything unredacted. I believe Congress committees should see this shit unredacted. I believe if we take back the House, that needs to be a priority for the congressional fucking, you know, the oversight committee to see all of this stuff unredacted. Okay. But yeah, we're in deep. But guys, we hit the 4-hour limit. I got to go. Okay. I do have to go make some videos. All right, so we got to shore up the dance party. And tomorrow we are going to look at the big. I know we're going to be a little behind, but I do want to do some prep work before I get to the big yellow one, okay? Before we get to this one, okay? It was posted and then removed. And again, though, guys, some of this shit is suspect. This big yellow one, we're gonna look at that tomorrow. All right. Right now, we're getting ready for dance party. Yeah, no, Bradshaw, perfect. Put it in Discord, and we'll put it in there. All right, I may put it in the Lemon video. I don't know if I'm gonna make the Don Lemon video tonight. I think tonight's gonna be Epstein videos, and I still have some other shit to do, so maybe we'll get that tomorrow. But yeah, dude, yeah, somebody said something about Alex Acosta. He wrote a letter saying he knew nothing, but that's bullshit, guys. Alex Acosta was the federal fucking attorney in charge of that case. They had a 56-page indictment. They were called by the Palm Beach police after a cover-up, and the FBI and the U.S. attorney offered this crazy deal behind the victims' backs. They were later found to have violated the rights of the women, and so that's how they were able to charge Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But like, to say that he did that knowing nothing is bullshit. He knows everything, dude. All of these guys do. All right? These guys are scoundrelly. You know? Crack is showing? Nah, that's not a crack, dude. That's a back, dude. Come on, boss. You need to get over yourself, bro. Let's go. Let's go, dude. That's a back. Don't sexualize me. Come on now. I'm a 56-year-old man. What are you doing? Dude. Oh. Let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, dude. Stretch. Love it. Love it. Dude. Oh. You like that? Dude. Let's go. Dude, I gotta stretch more. Yeah, guys. Dude, we're in it. We're in it, baby. And to everybody who was here earlier, like, I know we're working out all our fears and worries about the upcoming election. And guys, we do have a lot to be worried about, but let's just do the work. Okay? Let's do the work, guys. We can beat these guys. All right? We like, you know what I'm saying? We're going to beat these guys. We are. We're going to beat these guys, okay? Trust me, we are. We're going to beat them. We didn't come this far, 250 years to let these clowns fucking destroy everything, all right? All right, you ready? Stay strong, baby. Never 5 up. I love it. I love it. I know she's saying give up, but I like that version. Stay strong, never 5 up. Dude, I love it. Do not 5 up. Dude, we're not going to 5 up, right? We're in it to win it, not to 5 up. Dude, I love that. That is my new fucking saying, dude. No 5ing up. Dude, all right, you ready? Dude, I love it. Oh, dude, it's beautiful. Oh. All right. Dude, it's beautiful. No Kings 3, March 28th. Let's go. Dude, let's go. General strike today. I didn't buy anything. Good shit. Dude, we should have a general strike for like a week, bro. Right? Shouldn't we? That's what I think. I feel like it was mostly focused on Minneapolis still, wasn't it? I don't know. Did you guys cover all the strike stuff today? I didn't cover a lot of it. I was like overwhelmed with all the Epstein shit. Right? Dude, Muskler is an island boy. Dude, they're all island boys, guys. I think the entire Trump cabinet, I think all of Trump's circle are like island boys, dude. That's the problem. Okay? LA popped off. Let's go. You'd strike for a week? Yeah, I think a week would be good. That would be really damaging. But all right, you ready? We gotta go, guys. I fucking appreciate you guys. Again, thank you for a banging stream. And my apologies to people who were like getting all up in our face, who we like silenced you. I'm sorry that like we silence people. We're not here to like have a bunch of obstacles, right? You can still watch, but we do remove obstacles from the chat, right? Because we're here to fucking get the revolution going, not to argue with people, right? Phoenix had protests in schools let out today. Let's go. Yeah, don't 5 up. Dude, all the billionaires are probably island boys. Yeah. All right. Holman hasn't toned down the shit in Minneapolis. Seem to be targeting women more than men. Yeah, dude, we're going to have to look at some more Holman. Dude, Holman, I don't trust that guy. All right. I don't trust that guy. I think the only good thing about Holman is a PR thing that made Trump look bad. And so, like, that is going to be costly for them. They don't look good, dude. MAGA don't look good right now. And they're brazenly lying, and they're focusing on all the stupid shit. All right? We're going to fucking win this shit. All right, you ready? Dude, let's go. It's time to dance, baby. This is it. Let's get it. Oh, I got to go make videos. I'm going to go have some salmon. I'm going to go make some videos. Actually, no, I think I'm going to cook a ribeye tonight. Oh, dude, ribeye. Oh, yeah, Tom Holman, impeachment. Dude, fuck Tom Holman. All right, here we go. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Got a lot of choices. I got a lot of ways that I can go. I hear a lot of voices. They have a lot to say, but I've known. Been here before. Yeah, I do that I have now, almost a bit holy, a notion that I will make it out somehow.
Get ready for your ears to blow out. Here it comes. Since I've been sober, I just find another shoulder to look over. My boulder, I feel colder. Every time I sense danger, I just find another angle to this game. Don't wanna play, please start me over. I'm afraid that my claim to fame is the fact that I can walk away again and again and feel nothing. I'm unnerved because you see I can't remember the words. I feel invaded. Oh, dude, I forgot the words, baby. I love the end of that song. I will see you guys tomorrow. I love you. Take care of yourselves. Good night.
Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just want to change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. It's about you. I would never be